Boom. Hello. Hello, hello, how are we doing? Explosive intro. Hope we're all doing good on this Monday. Hello, Rapute. Hello, Silver. Hello, Aman. With the failed emote. Classic. I do that all the time. The one that actually really annoyed me, I think they got rid of it now, but there's a PogChamp emote that was like a League of Legends one. It was like a Heimerdinger PogChamp or something. And you just type in like Pog tab autocomplete, and it would autocomplete to like the League of Legends one, and it was so embarrassing. You literally had to leave the stream if you posted that, because you're like, oh my god, that people are gonna think I actually meant to post that. Hello, Silver Sister. Hello, Silver. Oh, it's hello, Silver. Jay Duffel. Thank you for resubscribing, and thank you for resubscribing for 12 months. My god, you may be the first 12-monther. Oh my word. Damn, 12, an entire year. That's crazy. That's crazy to think about. We are coming up on the anniversary stream. That is crazy. That is crazy. Hello, Umbrine. Hello, Daddy's Jizzies. Is it my birthday? It is not actually my birthday, but it could, we could pretend it's my birthday. It's almost like a streamer birthday. Hello, Banana Arms. Very happy birthday for anyone who may or may not have been born on the 9th of Feb. That's what I'm saying. Hello, Assistant Weeby. Hello. Can't wait for Of the Devil episode 3 in 2027. Don't say that. Don't say that, because if that's what happens, that means then episode 4 is going to be in like late 2028, and then the final episode 5 is going to be in 2030. And I can't be living like that. I can't be dreaming like that. I need to keep in my heart the belief that all of the Devil will be finished by the end of 2027. 100 years of Walrus. How long does a walrus live? Hold on, let's have a look. Life span of a walrus. 40 years? Uh-oh. That's not good. That's crazy that a walrus lives 40 years. I feel like big animals live longer. How long does an elephant live? Like 80 years? Lifespan of an elephant. Oh, it's only 60 to 70 years. Okay. So 40 years is kind of crazy. Much to Umbrian's dismay, Jinx gun PogChamp was removed on Jan 6th. Jan 6th. Interesting. Interesting time. Interesting date. 6 to 7 decades. I'm doing the hand gesture. Thank you, Banana Arms, for the 55 stream watch streak. Thank you. And also, thank you, Hey Denner, for the 25 stream streak as well. With happy birthday, Umbrine. Happy birthday, Umbrine. Right. Wow. Let's not hang around a moment longer than we need to. Let's get right into it. Boom. Okay. Power Scale. Did I watch Conclave 2024? The movie about the popes? No. Should I have? I heard it was pretty good. Is today the day that we get 100%? Is today the day? We have Shin Megami from Ultraman. He looks kind of fucked up. Versus Spider from Minecraft. I didn't realize there were other types of spiders that weren't spiders. TBH. I guess that's on me. But I'm gonna go ahead and go with Shin Megami. It's fucked up, like I never watched Death Note, but I guess this is the guy who gives, you know, what's his face, the Death Note, huh? He looks different to how I remember, but Conclave's had Ralph Fiennes in it. Ooh. Right. Kyosuke Hiria. Pre-Omode. Okay, it's pre-Omode. From Kamen Rider Hibiki. Looks like a guy. Versus Mutant Frog, Ultimate Alien and Omniverse from Ben 10. Okay, well this guy is a Kamen Rider, and this guy is a frog. However, they've thrown in the fucking words Ultimate Alien and Omniverse, which, I mean, if that's not a tell for absurd power scaling, like, what is? I gotta go Mutant Frog. Yeah, that's this guy got fucking soloed by a frog. This is about Daisuke. You said vape isn't cool, but in Conclave there's a guy with a vape that looks so cool. So cool, in fact, you spent most of the movie thinking it was a cigar. He's pre-Omode, he's a washed man. Post-Omode, though? Oh, post-Omode, he's going crazy. When Oma happens, he really shines. I saw someone on social media talking about vapes. They made a vape pipe. So it was a pipe, but you'd replace the thing with like a vape, and then it would make all the absurd amount of fucking cloud of whatever the hell it is puff out of the pipe thing. It didn't really have the right effect, I feel, because I feel like for a smoking pipe, you want a small amount of like smoke, whereas this thing like it looked like someone pulled like a train whistle, like the amount of fucking steam coming out of this thing. But it was fun. It was funny. I mean, it was better than a regular vape. That's what I'll say. Modern Sherlock Holmes should have that. He would have a vape pipe, and he would go, "Elementary, my dear Watson," no cap, and then he would pop a couple of zins. That's what he would do. Okay, we have Lil Petey. Hard to understand what's little about this guy, because his head is fucking huge. Is his body little compared to his head? From Dogman Graphics. Versus literally Death. Lil Petey versus Death. I mean, it's a matchup we all go through. We all go through in the end. This is what it's all about. This is what Power Scandal's about. I gotta go with Death. Like, clearly. Surely Lil Petey can't fucking solo Death. Why is it so close? What do you mean Death is 8C? He's literally immortal. Okay, you heard it here first, chap. Death is 8C in the power scale. If you are stronger than 8C, you are stronger than Death. Oh shit, it's King Kong from the titular King Kong versus Lowen from Dragalia Lost. Okay. Okay, this is a fucking tough matchup. We have Giant Angry Ape versus Anime Boy. Like, it's literally anyone's game. It's literally anyone's game here. Like, Anime Boy with staff versus Giant Angry Ape. I mean, like, how am I meant to judge this? Oh, fuck. Okay, let's think about this. King Kong is like city level, right? Look, I gotta give it to King Kong. King Kong ain't got nothing on me, man. No! Fuck! Why didn't I go with the Anime Boy? God damn it. No, my perfect. Julie, thank you for the 12-month subscription. My God, thank you, thank you. Delightfully devilish, Julie. Delightfully devilish, Seymour. I hope you're prepared for an unforgettable luncheon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, we have Purple Worm Adult. I mean, I hope so. If you're showing me your Purple Worm, I hope you're an adult. Versus Cinder from Killer Instinct. This is just a fucking sign. Huh? Okay, we have Giant Worm versus Sign. I mean, a magical sign surely beats just a big fucking worm. Nope, never mind. I guess his ass kicked by a worm. God damn it. Who is this? The Ringmaster from HorrorClix. Bro, I need to see this image. What the fuck is this? His brain is in his hat? That's awesome. This is an amazing model. I love a good tabletop miniature model. He's got the fucked up dog angel. He's got a clown. I love him. Beautiful. Unfortunately, he's versus a guy. Wait, isn't this fucking the 7 Deadly Sins guy? Why is this guy Melodious from Nanatsu no Taizai? Isn't this the 7 Deadly Sins dude? Hold on. Hold on. Where's the... You can tell me this is not the same person? Like, this is the same person. What do you mean? The hair's slightly different. What do you mean? Oh, it's 7. Okay, good. It's just 7 Deadly Sins in Japanese. Okay, good. I thought I was going crazy. Okay. Why is it called that? What does that mean in... There's not even a 7 in there. What does it mean in Japanese? Anyway, I'm pretty sure he's going to win because he's an anime protagonist. I'm tripping. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. What a matchup. Holy. Shenron versus original Spock from Star Trek. Oh, shit. Of all the wish-granting dragons, he was the most human. I mean, I'm sorry, Spock. I think you're getting bodied. I think you're getting fucking bodied. Nanatsu is 7 in Japanese. Roku Nanatsu. Am I right? Alright, Zoomers. Day, thank you for the 10 stream streak. Are the eggs deviled in here today? They certainly are. We're discussing Japanese grammar. More that I'm just completely failing at being able to understand Japanese, which I think is fair enough. I took Japanese lessons when I was 14, once a week for 2 months, and then stopped. So I don't think my knowledge is very very comprehensive. And in that class, we watched Spirited Away and we drank green tea. So it wasn't much learning going on. Let's put it that way. Thank you, Keiko. Thank you. Saving another chatter from fate. Roku Nana, exactly. This is a good song. Yeah, look. Is there an Ace Attorney game that doesn't have good music? Investigations 1 has some good songs. That last case is hell on earth, but anyway. Okay. Maegor Targaryen versus Abby. Okay, I don't know who you are. I guess you're one of the old Targaryens who used to rule the crown, or the throne, and you're just like a cunty-looking creature. Don't look at me like that. Do. I mean, I gotta give it to Wuthering Waves, right? I'm assuming it follows in the footsteps of all Hoyoverse games, where everyone is absurdly overpowered. At least 7B with absorption. I don't want to hear about your fetishes, buddy. Get out of here. Every time you hear the chatter saved, you want to read Fate more and more. Maybe that's long game. Maybe Cakewalking is doing like a reverse psychology. You like the last case in AAI 1 because Larry is an insane character? Yeah, but like, it's too much downtime. It's just too long. How the fuck even the mascots in gacha games that strong? Hey, that's the magic of gacha, baby. Okay, we have Ranger from Quake 3 Arena. Looks like Doom guy without a gun. Versus Rico from Brawl Stars. Okay. Well, I want to give it to Ranger. But I bet you Rico has some bullshit about like, oh, he was hit by this other character and didn't die, which means he has the indestructibility of a planet. But we're gonna go Ranger. I knew it. Okay, we have Issei Hyodu Base from High School DxD versus Kai the Collector. Countdown to Kai. Kung Fu Panda 3. Okay. Well, this is not a power scaling about being horny. So, High School DxD is immediately down a peg. But I'm pretty sure he's still like a demon master or some shit, right? I mean, look at this gauntlet he has on. You don't get a gauntlet like that without fucking around. You know what I mean? Like, you don't wear a gauntlet like that unless you're at least a 7. Whereas this guy's just a fucking yak. I gotta give it to Hyodo over here. Nope, never mind. He's fucking shit. You're 9B with boosts, buddy. Oh my god, you fucking suck. You know what? It was not a good day. It was not a good day for us. Yeah, because it says, yeah, I know what you mean. It's like, never understand if base means they do or don't get the gear. Because it says base, but then it says 9B with boosts. Doesn't sound very base to me. Okay. Clues by Sam has reset, and so now it is time for me to embarrass myself by getting stuck on the easiest Clues by Sam of all time. I've seen people in the Discord, in Jads, not our Discord, !Wars, in the Discord, solve an easy Clues by Sam in about a minute and a half. I don't understand how you solve this in a minute and a half. It takes me literally 20 seconds to find the fucking names. It'll be like, yeah, Joyce is one of the 2 innocents, or like surrounding Mark, and you'll be like, where the hell is Mark? I spent like 20 seconds being like, I'm looking for Mark, what? Or like, all the cops. I'm like, okay, let me count how many cops there are. That takes up like half the time for me. Anyway, let's go. Okay, let's try and speedrun. Let's go. Joyce is one of the 2 innocents above me. Okay, innocent. Boom. Only one of the 2 innocents in row 4 is Vera's neighbor. Row 4. Vera is here. One of the 2 is this. This means you must be innocent. Exactly 2 of the innocents in column C are neighboring me. Okay. So here or here? Okay, which means you must be a criminal, because then there's only 2 in these columns. Both innocents above Will are connected. Okay, so you must be innocent. You must be a criminal. There are exactly 2 innocents to the right of Ivan. Okay, you're Ivan. You're innocent. Exactly 2 of the 3 innocents in row 5 are Susan's neighbor. Okay, so you must be innocent, because you're not. You're the 3rd one. Exactly 2 of the innocents to the left of Kumar are neighboring David. Left. 2 innocents to the... Okay, so you must be innocent. There's an odd number of innocents neighboring Uma. Why is it? Okay, you. Okay, so it's either 1 or 3. Only one of the 2 innocents in row 4 is Vera's neighbor. Okay, so it's 1, and it's one of you 2, so you have to be a criminal. Fuck, that didn't give me a clue. Only one of exactly 2 of the 3 innocents in row 5 are Susan's neighbor. Okay, so you're not innocent now. Okay. There are more innocents in row 3 than in row 5. Okay. Wait, there are more innocents in row 3. Okay, so everyone's innocent. Okay. There's an equal number of innocents in row 2 and 3. Okay, so you're innocent. Only 1 person in column B has exactly 3 innocent neighbors. You have more. You have more. So it must be you, which means you're a criminal. Huh? Oh no, it'd be you. Fuck. Wait. Oh god, I'm stuck now. I got it. Fuck. My perfect run. Only 1 person in column B has exactly 3 innocent neighbors. Why can't it be you? Or it can be you or you, I guess. Well, no, we know there's only 1. Oh, no. Okay, we know you have 3 innocent neighbors because we know 1 of you 2 is innocent, 1 of you isn't. Okay, which means you don't have 3 innocent neighbors, which means you have to be innocent. Okay, I had it reverse. There is only 1 innocent in row 4. 1 even so. Okay, so you're criminal. You're criminal. There are at least 10 innocents on the edge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Innocent. Criminal. Boom. Boom. You know what? 3. Fuck. I can't believe I got that one wrong. Oh, my perfect run. No. Oh, god damn it. It's like logic chess if you really think about it. Yeah, it's basically a logical deduction game, right? It is in some ways a bit like Sudoku. Because if you really think about it, what is Sudoku apart from a game where you do these logical deductions but with just 9 options rather than just the binary innocent or criminal? You did so much better than me. That's why I'm the streamer and you're the watcher. Look, I normally do pretty badly, so we just had a good one today. Man, you should see me on some of the later ones, like the Friday, Saturday ones. Man, it's taken me the better part of half an hour for sure. Right. Shh. You be quiet. You be quiet now. Now that our brain is in gear, it's time. It's time for the thinking and the puzzling. Where is it? Where is Of the Dead? Oh, here it is. It has a weird icon on Steam. Like the game, you know, on like your library, the little icon next to the title. I can't work out what it is. It's like a weird little like red icon. Anyway. OfTheDevil.exe is not responding. Oh, good. I love it when my games do not respond. Okay, hold on, no. It's responding again. Okay. I'm waiting. There we go. There we go. See you later, hey Denna. Enjoy Berry, or whatever it is. I see you pop up on Steam every now and then. Some sort of video game. Okay. Let us continue. Where were we? Oh yes, we were with Unk. We were with Grandpa Daisuke. With his vape cigar. We play video games? No, don't be, this is a visual novel, Yuli. Don't worry. It's bad? Oh no, that's not very good of it. Colorful number go up game? Oh, you mean like it's bad that you're addicted to it? I see. Or do you mean it's actually bad? I've been playing, and I continue to play, Unnamed Space Idol. You know what? I've literally got it up on my second monitor at the moment. I have it hidden, otherwise I'll look at it, but I have it running in the background. Here's my little guy at the moment, plugging away. I'm trying to get my computation power up. I'm literally, it's on. If I'm on my computer, it's on. Because it has a run when it's closed mode, but certain things don't work if it's not running. So I have to keep it running. I have come pretty close to here it is. This is the limit I've got to so far, up to 40 something. I need to get up to fucking sector 51 before I get the next upgrade thing. I have got pretty close to quitting the game and not playing it ever again. I don't normally stick with these things, so this is a rarity for me. If it loses too much momentum, I just drop it. Sorry, Silver. I was just showing people we're talking about incremental games. So I was showing that I'm deep in the hole with an incremental game for the last like month or so. I'm like 200 hours in. You got up to 23? Oh, Yuli, rookie. That's rookie numbers. Anyway, okay. Hold on, okay, let me move the chat over here. How are we doing this, guys? He was like, it's me, Daisuke. I'm like an old man. Reprivatizing an industry is a tricky business. How do you break up a state-controlled monopoly into a healthy, diverse, and competitive private marketplace? How? Don't know. Do you know if they were pull it off? He's also, yes, if you weren't here last time or you forgot, he's the head of the whole company. Makoto is his grandson, but actually he's like very doting on his grandson. Loves him a lot. Seems like that kind of guy who's like a charmer, laughs a lot, you know, but then obviously like if you piss him off, he'll just like instantly kill you. Head of vaping, that as well. The shit show they did go with was easily gained. Sprinkle some cash in the right bureaucrats' pockets, and we were able to snap up entire economies wholesale. Also, he does this thing where he breathes the vape out of his nose. I assume that's his nose, the way it's split between the two, to make it look like a bull. We being the neobility? That's the term you prefer. I don't know. Why is he confessing? He's not confessing, Sarah. This is bragging. True. Mr. Ikaria, I'm not looking to take up too much of your time, but M-, this game was written by ChatGPT. Confirmed. But perhaps you could help me understand something. The inciting incident, as they say. In screenwriting. They say it elsewhere too, probably. A year ago, you extended an olive branch to the Blue Bloods over Nirvana. Was it genuine? My curiosity was genuine. But not your financing? Is that why it fell apart? Why Makoto was attacked? It fell apart because of those first gens and young bloods of theirs are hothead idiots who can't follow orders. But I expected as much. It's why I ordered my hound to be present, on standby. But he didn't assassinate anyone that day, did he? No. Instead, Sosuke Bosuke stepped in front of a blade that was headed for Makoto. And he's been guarding the boy with his life ever since. Was that your order as well? My order, yes. Not my idea. But I'm the patriarch, not a dictator. If my sweet siblings and darling nieces and nephews make an earnest request, who am I to refuse? You had to be pressured into letting Sosuke guard Makoto? Weren't you concerned about Makoto's safety? Of course I was. I just know the best place for the queen is on the attack, not hopping around the king's side blocking checks. Hey, chess metaphor, help me out. Morgan, really? It's not even like a complex metaphor. Oh, Morgan. Morgan just learned how to play Candy Crush. She never learned how to play chess. Any piece can sacrifice themselves, but there's only one queen, and she has by far the most mobility. It is better to keep her out on the open, ideally near the centre of the field where she can attack freely. At least, assuming you subscribe to... Okay, I got it. But here's the question. Why have the Blue Bloods kept trying to capture Makoto for over a year now? Because of some hot-tempered idiots? What's your answer? Why do you think they don't want to capture our little Makoto-tan? I think it's his blood. No, hold on. No. No, that's the red herring. The red herring. I'm fully bought in. The red herring is that you meant to think Makoto has the blood of the old bloods in him, or the blue bloods, but it's actually Sosuke. I believe this. I believe this with my heart. So I'm gonna say revenge. The Blue Bloods aren't lacking in motives for revenge. A bloody culling followed by 3 decades of humiliation is more than enough. But the most fitting revenge would involve them killing Makoto, not taking him captive. And while I can imagine plenty of ways to extract revenge from a living suspect, gangs have to maintain a balance between being feared and being tolerated. If the Blue Bloods proudly tortured a child to death, they'd be run out of lower wards by their own constituents. Okay, fine. I'll say his blood. They want me to say his blood. If they were literally out for... if they were literally out for Makoto's blood, they'd want a steady supply. Mirai suggested they tried for an arranged marriage down the line, but Kim didn't seem interested in anything of the sort. Oh, never mind. The ransom? If they took Makoto... it's going to be literally no reason, I guess. If they took Makoto captive, they could extort the Ikaria for a king's ransom. Once. After that, the Ikaria would make them pay in every other way. But even if the price tag was big enough to ease all the Blue Bloods' woes, the resulting gang war would drain the coffers all the same. People can easily kill for money. For them to take Makoto hostage? Okay, no reason. I have no idea. Well, they wouldn't want to capture Makoto. They don't. A certain Mama said so much to my face. They'd much rather kill your sole heir than capture him. It's what I'd do. If they had any heirs left. But then, why keep attacking Makoto if not to capture or kill him? Their goal has never been Makoto. It's just every time they've gone after their goal, Makoto's been there. You mean... Put another way, the purpose of the operation is what the operation accomplishes. They meant to capture Sosuke. They've been trying to capture Sosuke for over a year. The other day, they finally succeeded. Oh shit, it's all coming together. Like pieces in a jigsaw puzzle. You think those idiot punks wanted to take my hound alive? I don't think. I know. Because that's literally what they did. They captured Sosuke and brought him down to the lower wards. To torture him. Idiots. If they don't talk after the third, they never talk at all. The third what? It wasn't just any Blue Bloods that tortured him. It was the pod led by a young blood named Creek. Young, old, bound by blood or water, they're all the same scum. As you say. But I've learnt there were some pretty big ideological rifts among that scum. Hello, welcome JT Jag. Hello, hello. The Youngbloods captured him, no doubt on Old Guard orders, but just an hour ago, an Old Guard was asking after Sosuke's health. They didn't want him harmed. Generous interpretation. I'm guessing the Youngbloods knew that, but they tortured him anyway. Probably because they wanted to know why they're being repeatedly ordered to capture him. Because he's the last remaining Blue Blood. I can see the lines. I see the code of the Matrix. Out with it. Why would they want my hound? What the Blue Bloods want, ultimately, is simple. So simple that my android can answer this one. Great work, just dropping her in the fucking... in the muck. This is what you get, fucking Sarah, for making us answer all those reading comprehension questions after every single article. I can? What do the Blue Bloods need right now, more than anything? A lot of money, without which they can't invest in legalized nirvana. That's a shame, but we'll be happy to pick up where they left off. So at the time they need money, they're throwing their Youngbloods at capturing Sosuke. Therefore, more than anything else, what the Blue Bloods needed right now was money. They're getting their Nirvana drug in and also their moon tourism trade. Sunmari. Capturing Sosuke must open a path for them to get their hands on a lot of cash. My, I look away for a few days and suddenly my hound skyrocketed in value. Who I have to thank? Who raised the price on his head to such a degree? What about Sosuke makes him so valuable? His blood. Who raised the price on Sosuke's head? You did, when you stole him. 30 years ago, you made him irreplaceable when you killed everyone else who shared a drop of his blood. Boom, baby. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Sosuke is the little lord? Last descendant of the Blue Bloods' ruling families, and the only person on Earth who can get them back their fortunes. Me and Morgan are on a wavelength at the moment. We're connected, mind to mind, but only for crime-solving stuff, not the psychopathic killing stuff. Alright, that's all her. I love a shot in the dark. Hello, DL7. Hello, hello. It's going well. I've just had my theories confirmed. You gonna deny it? Sarah, when did the attacks, supposedly on Makoto, begin? About a year ago. What else happened about a year ago? The meeting between the Blue Bloods and Ikaria that fell into chaos. Makoto made it out without a scratch. But only because Sosuke stepped in front of a blade for him. I can assume that Sosuke is an impressive martial artist. With very well-defined pectorals and collarbones. Sarah's fucking crushing hard. Are we sure? Maybe I'm a criminal. Look, if I was a serial killer on stream, do you think I would admit it? Come on now. All I'm saying is, don't end up getting banned. Okay. If you're not banned in my chat, you're safe. That's all I'm gonna say. But even he must have left blood on the floor that day. Yeah, he bled that day. It's not as if he bled blue. You telling me the old guard could just smell the resemblance? They didn't need intuition or guesswork. Their private security organisation, Sinus, is in the business of securing crime scenes, cleaning them up, and performing paternity tests. Could have been a whim. Could have been them hoping to match him to DNA left at other hound attacks. Okay, I was gonna say, like, why the fuck would they just throw him on, like, a paternity test? It's like, just for the lols. But I guess, like, trying to match him to other hound attacks so they could confirm which ones were done by the hound. makes more sense. Although they say the Hound leaves a calling card behind. But maybe they just wanted to confirm. If you get banned in my chat, you get banned in real life. True. That's you, IRL. They love testing blood. It's like cocaine to them. They're addicted to testing. Sometimes they just test their own blood just for the thrill of it. Who knows? But I would pay good money to have been a fly on their wall when they saw the results. His reaction to this information is not very strong. That's to be expected. I just told him a bunch of information that he already knew. He already knew that Sosuke was the Little Lord? That chess metaphor you used a minute ago might have sounded like solid reasoning if I'd actually played. Unfortunately for you, I find the game boring. There's no fog of war, no tech tree, only 64 by squares, 8 by 8. It's no Polytopia. So it struck me very odd that a grandfather like you, equal parts doting and calculating, would ever place his heir's safety below concerns as vague as optimal play. You didn't object to Sosuke guarding Makoto because you wanted to keep your hound. You just couldn't convince the rest of the house it was a bad idea without revealing who Sosuke really is. If he knew Sosuke was the real target and would keep getting attacked, then having him guard Makoto would actually be putting Makoto in danger. True. I like that the watch glow, the vape glow, and his eye are all the same color coordinated. She didn't like chess because it was too fair. That's true. She did say it's because it was too fair. Wait, was it her who said it was too fair? Or was it someone else? No, it must have been her. Yeah, it was her. Sans Undertale. Oh shit, you're right. You know bonsai? They look like miniature trees, but they aren't. They're shrubs. You condition it to look like a miniature tree by pruning it daily until it stops trying to grow into what it's meant to be. It instead lives as what you want it to be. Took the Blue Bloods 30 years to figure out my scheme, and you solved it in what? 48 hours? You deserve a toast. Kanpai! Now I wish that sake was in the storeroom, or was in the storeroom. Instead, as a reward for your effort, I'll give you a story. Oh, here we go. Fucking Gramps. Back in my day, 30 years ago, I saw the future. Also, his eyes flicker. So does he have two robotic eyes? I originally just thought it was an artistic rendition of piercing eyes, but they do flicker like Reyes's. So I think they are both robotic. Not in statistics or stock prices or consumer confidence indexes. I saw it in people's eyes. I mean, that's kind of what a consumer confidence index is, but anyway. Fear and delusion. The sinking feeling that maybe everything really is made of bullshit and sea foam. And that if you ever stopped to look down at it, you'd fall through to the bottom. Can't warn people. They won't believe you. They might strangle you to death for implying their boat might have a leak. Only one thing to do in times like those. Take advantage. For 1 year, we pulled back. No resistance, no bargaining. We let the Blue Bloods hungrily swallow what we had left behind. For 1 full year, we withdrew and waited and sharpened our knives. 1 year of preparation for 1 weekend in August. Hottest August on record. They left all the goddamn windows open. So it went fast. We'd show up, get to work, leave the mess for whoever cared to see it, and drive up to the next address. I did 22 myself. And even had you asked me back then, I couldn't tell you the first thing about any of them. Except for the 22nd. She had firm eyes. Cold eyes. A dog's eyes. No, not that harsh. Cool eyes, like condensation on steel. And she was very brave. When I took aim at her, she blinked. Not even upset, just exasperated, like I'd neglected to hold the door open for her. My mouth was dry. Felt like I hadn't spoken all day. Had to clear my throat to speak up so she could hear me over the babbling of the river she fled to. And the shots in the distance. Wanted to ask her why. Why out here? Why not a panic room? Why she was still wearing a medical gown? Why her thighs were covered in blood? But instead I just asked, why aren't you afraid? She said, I can't be afraid now. Afraid. I'm a mom now. Hashtag mom strength. I've always liked that answer. So when the pistol stopped ringing in my ears and I heard the baby wailing in the bushes, I felt inspired. It's tradition in our family, going back centuries, that the eldest child be guarded from birth by a nursemaid, typically from a branch family. My wife will be due soon, and the Hayakawa clan had been an unfortunate casualty of that month. There was an opening. Now, to be honest, I thought he was going to do it as like a sick joke. You know what I mean? Like a twisting the knife kind of deal. And he actually did it out of respect, which is fair enough. When he was little, Daisuke watched David Goggins every day. Who's going to carry the boats? I still don't know what the fuck he means by that, by the way. Get up at 3 a.m. Run 400 miles. Expertly done. But why let him live? Atenai. So that I can invent the little lord. Build your opponents a golden bridge to retreat across. You started the rumors about a survivor? As long as those fools still had hope they could reclaim their former glory, they'd never rally themselves into chipping away at ours. And if they ever did become a real threat again, I'd have the world's most valuable hostage, ready to put them back in check. You turned your enemy's last hope into a meat shield for your family, and eventually your personal attack dog. That was just a bonus. The heir had come of age, and so had Sosuke. He was free to choose any career in the family business at that point. He became the hound of his own accord. I'm sure. But that's just irrelevant at the end of the day. What? It helps me understand why the Blue Bloods have done what they have, but it doesn't put me any closer to proving Sosuke's innocence. But Sosuke is their little lord. If we tell people, won't that change anything? Well, for starters, we won't have any of this in court. Of course not. Can't let it go telling the court about my exploits 30 years ago. Not when we have attorney-client privilege. But if you use your influence, if you reach out to the Blue Bloods, what? We'll work together to set Sosuke free. I killed everyone he could ever consider family, copper. Besides a few old crooks waiting to die, anyone who shares a drop of his blood is in the ground. Most of them put there by me. I did all of that to sink the Blue Bloods. Now that they're finally ready to die, you think I'd throw them a lifeline just to protect one man? Just to keep one man out of prison? He's right. I'm not allowed to disclose anything I've learnt here without his express permission. It would complicate the tax suit against my family terribly if it came out I lied about a blood relation, wouldn't it? Sosuke's in the will, after all. That's the law. Didn't mean to run you in circles, honestly. I'd have preferred you never wasted your time unearthing any of this. That's what I get from relying on him to deliver a message, I suppose. You're the one who wanted me to keep my investigation limited? Wait, so London takes messages from the Blue Bloods and what the fuck are these guys called again? These guys. I thought you'd get the picture and hurry up and make a plea deal. Negotiate the charges down to a manslaughter. The Ikaria, yes, thank you. Get it all squared away so we can focus on fighting this damn audit. That's so funny that, like, as like a big corporation, they care so much more about a government audit than like the killings of like a gang killing of like 5 different people and like their best assassin being arrested. London does play for every team, so he can always end up on top. Audit? Sosuke is on trial for his life. Sosuke is sworn to protect this family with his life. I'm respecting his wishes. If he does go to prison, the Blue Lords will die knowing their little lord is alive. But permanently beyond their reach, rotting in a cell for killing their own men in defense of their own worst enemy. I can see why you wouldn't mind that outcome. A hostage you're never willing to sacrifice isn't a hostage, just a babysitting gig. I spared his life 30 years ago. This doesn't even cover his interest. So Sosuke's always just been a tool for you? A hostage you'd protect until the perfect use came along? I've always wondered, do tools appreciate that part? When they're used properly? What do you think, Copper? Does Sosuke have any complaints? That doesn't make sense. Huh? Sosuke is a veteran. He served in the military. Did you grant your hostage permission to go risk his life for his country instead of you? It's not like he's one of those Minutemen they throw at the walls. He was never in any real danger. What about as your hound? Deadly assassination and infiltration missions. He could have died during any of them. Why let your perfect hostage, your obedient tool, take on such dangerous work? Why give him your last name? Why let him live under your roof, raise him like a son? Why trust him with protecting the life of your son, your grandson? Why are you lying and pretending you don't... Pardon my android's outburst, sir. We'll have to adjust her conversational parameters later. No bother. This Ribbon's voice bugs out entirely if he's going to speak over a man under his own roof. Damn Copper. Next to furniture be telling me what I feel about my own damn family. You thought of him as your family? Raise him like a son, what bullshit. I have no son. Counselor. Do your damn job and tell Sosuke to do his. Now. Well. I don't like how he uses copper as a derogatory term. It fits Sarah's hair colour scheme so well otherwise, with the verdigris hair. You just learned this word? Congratulations, a verdigris. I've heard the term before. Does it just what? It just means green, or like green and coppery. Well, he's using, yeah. Well, he's using it as a derogatory term, as like a policeman, right? As a copper, not like her hair's copper. Oh no, he's probably oh fuck no, he's using it because copper's a word for the robots, right? Yeah. Sorry, for a second I thought they meant copper. Like I'm just so used to having copper mean policeman. It's kind of awkward. Like you work in like law enforcement. Well, you don't work in law enforcement, but you work with the law. And so when they use the word copper, I just assume they're talking about a policeman. But no, they mean like a robot. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. She devil on my of till either. That's fucking damn true. Verdigris is the term for the greenish colour that copper gets when it rusts. A patina of verdigris copper. I'm sorry. That wasn't very butler-like behaviour just now. It's fine. It was a good play in that moment. But do you think he meant that? I don't know. Do you think he meant it when he said he has no son? Makoto is Daisuke's grandson. If he had no sons, then the previous heir that Sosuke grew up guarding must have been... Makoto's mother? Makoto's mother? Are you Makoto's mother? Is it safe to assume everyone in your family has severe trust issues? How the fuck do you have... I have no issues with trust myself. But as you've seen, the house has very particular preferences when it comes to information siloing. Fancy words. You could have just told me who you are. I told you my name and my position in the house. Is it relevant that I'm married? That I'm a mother? Should I be flattered? Wink? Oh, we just got a relationship point with her. How close are we to social rank 1? You told me you worked for Aurea Holdings. You didn't mention that you're at least the second most powerful member of the house. Sexier smoking than her dad, that is true. See, that's a real kind of old school cigarette. If I tell people that, it wouldn't really be true now, would it? You could have told me your relation to Sosuke. He guarded you every day of your life up until you were 19. Although this could also be a vape, I guess. It could be a very long, thin vape. 19. He's your goddamn brother. She also has the Persona glasses. So that message you wanted me to pass along? If you see a way out, take it? You wanted them to try and make a deal with the Blue Bloods and get out from under the house? If Sosuke merely gave them what they wanted, I'm sure there'd be dozens of Blue Bloods ready to confess the crimes he's accused of. So you know. You knew. And if you thought he could pass that message, that means Sosuke... He's not an unintelligent man. Oh, Sosuke knows. I didn't realise Sosuke also knows. Yeah, she's got a great look with like the kimono, like almost like a long dress, and then like the digital smoke collar, and then the actual collar. Oh, well, not a collar, you know what I mean. A fucking, what do you call those things? Choker? That's the word. Merely stubborn about all the most frustrating things. Well, let's go down the list. What do the Blue Bloods want from Sosuke precisely? A blood donation? One sample will not suffice. They need to be able to validate their accounts whenever called for. Daily blood donations, then. I told you, the old guard want to become nobility. How did they cement alliances among the aristocracy of old? They want Sosuke to marry? But the old guard are old! Sosuke's already got as much blue in his veins as they could ask for. They don't need him to marry into them. They need him to marry into power. Not the worst thing to have asked of you. Have you ever been in an arranged marriage? Don't call it a gift. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years, disrespecting my peers. Oh, I like that. Do you see that the sprite there where she's like eye rolling or like looking up on this? She's rolling her eyes back like ugh. Let's go with Mirai. You were the heir apparent up until Makoto was born. All that time, Sosuke was your bodyguard and driver and poison taster. Though that would most often entail me giving him concoctions to try. But his assignment actually ended when I married. Subtracting Makoto's age, that would have to have been over a decade ago. So he joined the military the moment he didn't have to shadow you anymore? And after he got back, he asked to become the Hound? Guy must really hate guard duty. Ba-dum-tsh. You think arranged marriage is cool? Haven't you watched Mulan 2? Classic, true. I think we can all learn a thing or two from Mulan. He must. Wait, hold on. Was that last bit? Oh, okay, got GTS. Back up a moment. Hold up. Your father didn't want me uncovering Sosuke's parentage. Most likely because he didn't want Sosuke to know the strength of his own bargaining position. He told me to pass Sosuke a message that he'd only understand if he already knew who his parents were. So how long has he known? And how long have you known that he's known? And how long has he known that you've known that he's known that you've known that he's known? And when did Daisuke cease knowing who knows what? Around the time Sosuke left for the military. Hell of a thing to find out at your entrance physical. Oh yeah, because they probably took his blood for the physical. Yeah, of course. Never mind. It was before he left for the military, actually. That influenced his decision. Sosuke finds out he could be the richest man in the city, and then he wants to risk dying in battle. Quite the guilty class conscience. I don't know if to -2 or +2 that. Quite the guilty clash consciousness. Or conscience. Consciousness. Consciousness. Class consciousness. I don't know exactly what did or didn't influence his decision to join the military back then. You'd have to ask him. I apologise for any gaps in knowledge you've had to work around. But hopefully you now understand how delicate of a situation you found yourself in. Yeah, I can smell the explosives and hear the fuses sizzling. I just don't get why no one's gone over to stomp them out. If Sosuke's known the whole time why the Blue Bloods wanted to capture him, why didn't he tell us? Because he's a stubborn man working for a highly secretive family. That I get. What I don't get is why he didn't defect the moment he learnt the truth. Who knows? Maybe, Morgan, it's because you have no honour. No feeling of respect. All she thinks about is money. Disgusting. You'll have to work out the rest with him. I've given you all the aid my position allows. I suppose it was kind of you to share information with us at all. Being in charge of the legitimate side of your family, you don't have any connection with this incident yourself. Well, not quite. No connection with this incident? That's not quite accurate. Pardon? You do have a connection to this case, even if you don't realise it yourself. I found a note by the body of the Blue Blood who took Sosuke captive. It read, M. Ikaria. This was one of the men who attacked my son. I'd imagine a note with his name is the least of what you found. This is the one I was talking about, the one where she's like, with her eyes rolling like that. They've never been after your son, not once. It's always been about capturing Sosuke, and Makoto's just been in the crossfire. Which Sosuke knows, which explains his reluctance to accept responsibility of guarding Makoto. So I seriously doubt this dead man was interested in Makoto Ikaria. Mirai Ikaria, however, has no relation to the world that dead man lived in. That was decided the day she was born. But you do have a relation to... I have to actually work out how we're pronouncing this. I'm thinking it's like... I want to say like regeneration, but it's the G and the N in the wrong place. Renigen. Makoto mentioned your family was given one seat on the board as a show of respect. I take it that's a deception. You may have let Renigen go public, but you've never given up control of it. The rest of the board must be your family's puppets. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what Renigen makes and the price it charges. Renigen is Renigen is best known for the patenting of methylenformalin, a patent which expired years ago. Plenty of other companies make it now. And yet the price hasn't gone down. The invisible hand sets price where it will. Sure, but this is your invisible hand. Normal Corporation couldn't strong-arm its competitors into keeping prices high. That would be operating as a cartel. But the reincarnation of the Ikaria drug cartel would know exactly how to go about that without getting caught. Pfft. If that were true, it'd be much easier than you make it out to be. The right email signature, the right package delivered to the right address, the right look. These executive types scare easy when the perceived threat is anything bordering on the physical. Of course, it helps in the that the end result is that we all profit immensely. But yes, meta-informalin is very lucrative. What of it? That dead man, Creek, had a brother with expensive tuition and TAD. Type 2 abnormal diabetes? My god, type 2 diabetes? Type 2 abnormal diabetes is a subtype of the autoimmune disorder diabetes. First discovered in the mid-21st century, it is characterized by the body's inability to regulate its own blood glucose levels. While type 1 diabetes is largely due to genetic factors, and type 2 diabetes is acquired by poor diet and exercise, type 2A diabetes is mostly believed to result from childhood exposure to specific artificial sweeteners and seemingly cannot be reversed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I gotta start cutting back on Pepsi Max. Oh, I'm not a child anymore, so I'm sure it's fine. Exactly which artificial sweeteners contribute to the disease is still not well understood, but the disease's increased prevalence in urban food deserts is well documented. Great phone charm. Thank you, thank you. S. Loveny. It's as soon as I saw it. Wait, come on. Oi. Oi. There we go. As soon as I saw it, I was like, I gotta get this one on. There's no way I can't have the beautiful Neko Morg. I mean, to be fair, I was rocking the fucking the Rayaz one for a while, but I get embarrassed every time I open my phone when I'm doing that one. Anyway, sorry, we were halfway through it. Where was it again? Wait, where the fuck's it gone? Type 2. Type. Is it under T for type? Am I going crazy? Where the hell is this type 2 gone? Copper, Meg, Mist, Mob Act. The ability 1099, 99 man arcs, automated dependent, Barbacine, Blue Blood, CDCA, Kriku, Cyanus, Cyberpunk, Datapads, GFA, Host, Ikaria, IoT, Mods, Nirvana, No. Orca, Riddick, Tank, Regen, Rust, TAD, Tenants, Unlisted, Withdrawal, Worker. Oh. It's... Is it an evidence? Oh, it's just disappeared. Well, I think we got everything we needed to know. Have we solved the case yet? Hello, Slang. We have not solved the case, but we have discovered, as my giant brain has been thinking for couple of streams, that Makoto, no, not Makoto, Sosuke is in fact the final surviving heir of the Blue Bloods. Oh, it's Tad. Yes, it's Tad. Sorry. I already forgot. There we go. The most severe symptoms of TAD can be managed through diet and exercise, but even then, the peripheral neuropathy, deterioration of nerves in the limbs, and overall fatigue can be debilitating. TAD can be treated with a variety of medicines, but is most commonly prescribed is metformin, as it can be ingested as a daily pill rather than injected like many comparable drugs. The cost of TAD medications is a well-known issue, particularly in urban communities with high youth populations. Ra Renegan's original patent on metformin has expired, and there are genetic versions of the medication freely available, prices remain high even for drugs produced by direct competitors, for reasons that remain unclear. Renegan has maintained that metformin is sold at the proper market value and has suggested that state-mandated quality control processes are to blame for the inflated costs that drug manufacturers are forced to pass on to consumers. Users also frequently search for tingling sensation fingers why, how to get health insurance, what does health insurance actually even do? I'm assuming that's a real thing then. Type 2 and it's caused by, they think it's caused by artificial sweeteners, because that feels like a wild thing to put um in a game without it being true. Just causing just health scares in in who plays it. So yeah, this game takes place in the year 2100, when it turns out that protein actually gives you cancer. Now what? But we just made up for the law, but we also made it sound very really realistic potentially. I'm trying to look for abnormal diabetes. Maybe I'll just like abnormal diabetes. Okay. A quick Google is not giving me what I want to see. It's fine. We'll just imagine it's right. But we'll pretend we didn't hear about the artificial sweeteners part. Right. Anyway, where were we? He'll need methamphetamine for the rest of his life. Then he really ought to choose the proper insurance plan, don't you think? I don't get the impression that family member coverage is the benefit the Blue Bloods offer. I suppose even the Mob Act has its limits. Yes, one could find the name M. Ikaria in relation to the Renegan board if they looked hard enough. So you think this Creek individual was going to threaten me? Come up to me on the street with a knife? With a gun? Pull a Luigi, as we say in the year 2088? He wouldn't get within 100 meters. I don't doubt that. Now, the rest of this is speculation, but he might have just wanted to contact you. That would have been even less likely to succeed. So you truly don't care that his brother needs this medicine? Dosuke is like a brother to you, and you're going out of your way to help him, even when you stand to gain nothing from it. Yes, but I wouldn't expect my enemies to be impressed by the effort. How would you feel if they laughed at your effort? My apologies. A new android, still adapting to conversation. You know what we sold back before Renegan? Before the facade of nobility, before we were the Ikaria cartel? Opioids? Yes, it was still illegal back then. But not for everyone. Take the exact same compounds, put them in an extended release pill and sell it at the pharmacy. And that's just pain management. It's all the same poison, equally addictive whether you get it from a dealer or a doctor. Have you ever seen someone go through opioid withdrawal? Like taking a wine opener to your stomach for 7 days straight, they testified. Pain like that eats people alive, slowly, and replaces them with something unrecognizable. A loving parent would steal from their own child if they thought it could buy them release from that kind of pain. Painkillers. What a joke. Does Renegan produce painkillers? No, we do not. People die if they don't get the medicine they need, and I'm sure their family mourns them. But addicts die a little more every day of their life until the day they finally fade out forever. And their family feels disgusted with themselves for breathing a sigh of relief. Plenty of kinds of evil in this world, little girl. Plenty to choose from. For real people like us, if you don't choose, the choice is made for you. And that's why I think it's bad to sell aspirin, but fine to raise the price of diabetes medicine to $1 quadrillion a year. I'm actually the good person in this world. Now wipe that look off your face and access the following address. Renegan main financing prescription financing options out of pocket.apply. You have that memorized? But this portal is Not listed or linked to anywhere on the site, I know, but it still works fine. By law, we have to have it, but we can't be blamed if the website is poorly designed. If you know any despondent crybaby college students looking for coupons to help pay for medication, they might want to start there. Thank you. I got a Steam achievement for saving potentially saving a person's life. Don't thank me. Don't. I can't stand it. Just save Sosuke's life. Don't know how you pull that one off. Adonai? They do consistently refer to themselves as a house. Perhaps they simply value family more than you think. Family. Flashback? Okay, no. 7:14 PM. Still pouting. Is that eye patch bigger than before? I swear to God, he's getting more wounded as the game goes on. So where should we begin? You would like to save a person's life too? This one's for you, Day.
Chatter saved.
There you go. Super eye patch hound. I'll start giving him an Irish accent, shall I? What do you mean? I'm afraid I don't have anything new to tell you. Stubborn about all the most frustrating things, was it? I'm your lawyer, Sosuke. We're sworn to always do what's best for our clients, their rights, and their privacy. To an extent that many consider extreme, we are unable to disclose incriminating or otherwise problematic information that our clients give to us, no matter the circumstances. This whole system is designed to benefit the defendant. So it really upsets me when I find out that my clients are lying to me about vital information that could help me save their lives. If you're troubled by the nature of my work as the Hound, you're adopted. Hold on. This requires a fucking... You drop a line like this, we need a fucking... You're adopted. You are not the father. Yes, from the Hayakawa. That's bullshit. You know it, I know it. And people whose opinions you respect know it. Fine. All members of the military have extensive DNA samples on record. If I subpoena... Alright, stop. Just stop. Does the military keep all its members' DNA on record? I don't know. Probably, right? Yeah. I mean, probably. Yeah, she's right. She's probably right. Yes, I know what you are referring to. Even before I knew, I did wonder. If you've known about your real family for more than a decade, why haven't you ever... Because it doesn't matter. Try telling that to the Blue Bloods. They've been risking a gang war for over a year trying to get to you. That's their choice. It has nothing to do with me. How can you... I'm appalled, Sosuke. How could a brave soldier serving the House of Ikaria allow violence to continue when he knows he could stop it? You didn't notice his chest before? Sarah is right, he is sexy. He's got the collarbones, he's got the clavicles. A worthy attempt, Councillor. Sorry. Guess I'm not used to having to persuade people to act in their own best interest. Or that of their family. Family? The Ikaria raised me, fed me, taught me how to read, write, walk. Yeah, but that's only because they killed your actual family. Let's not forget that. They gave me a home, a purpose. They're using you. They need me. They've got a funny way of showing it. I owe everything to them, and nothing to the dead. They're only dead because the man you call a father murdered them. He did that a long time ago, to people I've never met. You'll have to forgive me if I'm short on empathy for complete strangers. But bro, your mum had a really cool line before she died. That's true. Sosuke, remember the aura farming. You can't just ignore cool lines like that. Aunts, uncles, cousins, parents, siblings. You can't call them complete strangers, Sosuke. Can't I? The Ikaria are my family. Nothing will change that. Nothing ever could. Let's test that. Pardon? The state thinks you've murdered a cop. They'll make sure no one ever thinks of following your example. Let me repeat that. The full brunt of the police state is about to fall directly on the back of your neck. Hammer. Nail. I'm not afraid of prison. You ever been in one? What? No, They shave you. My God, my beautiful facial hair. What? When you're convicted, they shave you for hygiene. It's not for hygiene. Are you talking about that virtual work release thing? Do they fit you for skull caps? Not right away. They don't do that to people. Put a man in chains, strip him naked, sew his mouth shut. He'll still recognize himself in the mirror. He's still a person. But shave his head, give him a uniform, make him sit in the dark with 500 others who've been treated the same. He starts to forget. Forget that he's a person. After you're so bored you're seeing constellations in concrete, and after you're scratching your skin raw just to feel something new, that's when they'll ask if you'd like a job. After people stop being people. How could you even know any of that? I'm a defense attorney, Sosuke. Who else gets to see the inside of a prison and walk away afterwards? Okay, virtual work release. We counted an issue while processing your request. Hey there! Due to the ongoing controversy following the suspected suicide of inmate Jay Gale, the search results for this term are temporarily blocked. Read more about how we cooperate with the authorities to combat disinformation here. Again, I think we've talked about this before, but I do like how they use some of the articles like this as a way of reinforcing the concept of the topic, but without giving too much away and without like in like a seamless way. Like instead of giving you too much information or like having like a one sentence thing, they're like, oh no, this website's blocked because this guy committed suicide when doing this virtual work program. And that, you know, because the work program's so bad, so you're like, oh, this sounds really bad. You look at the glossary and they're like, we can't show the glossary because someone literally killed themselves when they did this thing. And you're like, ah, okay. Yeah, it says so much with so little while also feeding into the without breaking the immersion is probably what I'm going to say. Really good, really good. Gale didn't kill himself. Release the Gale files. Release the Gale files now. We need to go to the island. Makoto sent me himself, so you never actually took your one phone call, did you? Take my phone and call Hannah Kim. The Blue Bloods will volunteer a fall guide to confess to these crimes and you'll walk free. After which, you'll become one of the richest men in the city overnight. That's not... If you are at all curious, I have done some calculations to estimate the extent of your familial holdings. The number is quite remarkable. Though I suppose I haven't taken taxes into account. No one's asking you to abandon the Ikaria. You could become their greatest ally. Together, your families would... I know exactly what would happen if I made that deal. I won't do it. Why the hell not? Why not, Sosuke? You're forgetting a few small details involved in this process. Namely, disowning the people who raised me my entire life. And claiming myself before the world as the son of people I've been fighting since I was a teenager. How shameless do you think I am? Daisuke, that man raised me like his own son, and in return I can't throw away the name he gave me just for goddamn money. Treat your men as you would your own beloved sons, and they will follow you into the deepest valley. Is that it? You would rather rot in prison as an Ikaria than live in luxury as a blue blood? Made in blue? Gladly. Oh, and then they switch out the blue when he says no. Cinema. Since I was a teenage exocolonist. I don't think Sosuke would do in I was a teenage exocolonist. I think he'd do pretty well. I don't think he would join the military thing. I mean, he would join the military as like a guard, but he wouldn't become part of the Vase clique. You know what I mean? Sweat drop. This is my answer, Morgan. If you try and use my parentage in the trial tomorrow, I'll dismiss you as my counsel and change my plea to guilty. I will send myself to prison for life to own the libs, Morgan. If that's your answer, then that's your answer. You're the client. What you say goes. Right? So if you somehow last another night without the cops smothering you in your sleep, we'll need some kind of strategy when we go into court tomorrow. Of course we will. And what are your thoughts on the matter? I might have found a window of opportunity. A chance that someone other than you had the means, motive, and opportunity to commit these crimes. Have you remembered anything else about your captivity? Maybe. If we go over it again and I extrapolate somewhat, or a lot, we'll need to be prepared. You're going to be called up to the stand tomorrow. All I need to do is keep silent, right? You better not. I'll be the one asking the questions. What is this fucking puppy dog look? You're going to call him to testify? What do you expect me to say up there? I want you to tell the truth, of course. I want you to tell the court exactly how you were set free. The plot thickens. Alright, you could take another night shift? He's infuriating, but I'd rather he didn't get shanked at the moment. Of course, Adonai. Detective London will be back shortly, and I'll make sure Sosuke's monitored all night. What is it? You're gonna ask me to explain his decision? Because I'm done trying at this point. I don't think his decision is that confusing. He wants to be loyal to the people who've shown loyalty to him. Shown loyalty. Do you need a microscope to see it? I will say as well, they are like, by the way, Sosuke, you could become extremely rich, like insanely rich. But I'm not gonna lie, as the adopted brother of like the head of this giant corporation, I'm pretty sure he's doing well off. You know, I mean, I don't think he's lacking for cash. He may not be one of the richest people in the world, but I'm pretty sure he can probably acquire whatever he wants. You spot any of the members of the noble house of Ikaria around here? Are they hiding under a box somewhere? The people who've shown loyalty to him historically. His decision doesn't confuse me, but his choice of words. He considered the Ikaria his true family, yet he again spoke of a debt to them. That seemed odd to me. You only have a yacht now, you could have a jet instead, or a jet-powered yacht. He could be unfathomably wealthy and not have to be a bodyguard. Well, yes, but also I don't think he... I think he... Like, I don't think he doesn't mind that too much. I don't think he minds being a bodyguard or an assassin. I think he likes being useful. And getting, like... I'm pretty sure if he was just really, really rich, he'd still try and find a way to help out the family. What do you think? Was he looking at me? The fucking... What do you in the audience think? I don't know. Don't both look at me. Did they really shave everyone in prison, or was that another bluff? Not everyone, no. Only everyone who can't pay the fees. Dun dun dun. I can't wait for chapter 3 where Sarah goes to prison. Morgan's apartment. Oh my god, it's the title scene. A good puzzle feels satisfying to complete, like Clues by Sam. I did it for 3.5 minutes this morning. Like a good story, it maintains its appeal even when viewed in hindsight. A bad puzzle doesn't make sense after you finish it. The picture's there, but it's muddled, vague. Dora the Explorer interaction, Sarah. What do you think, audience? Look, all I'm saying is a Dora the Explorer type murder mystery would go crazy. Who do you think killed them, audience? Do you see the killer? They're there! They're right behind you! They're there! How would you get out of this closed room? The secret entrance! I see it! Can you point out the secret entrance? It's right there! It's behind you, to the left! And you feel like an idiot for bothering to piece it together. Why did it just zoom in on her boobs? Sosuke Ika... and then jump up... Okay. Calm down. Sosuke Ikaria's that kind of puzzle. I fit every edge to every edge just so. But the result wasn't satisfying. An infuriating client to cap off a infuriating case. Having to keep track of what the cops know, what the Blue Bloods know, what the Ikari are hiding, what Emma's thinking. What I've learned, what I know to be true, what I can prove, and what I can actually say. And even after all that, getting kneecapped when my client refuses to play his best cards. I want to clear my head. I want to kill someone. Or maybe empty it. Where's the gun? Access gun. Okay, first of all, look out the window. Not in the mood for people watching. Sometimes, if I let my eyes unfocus, the mass of foot traffic on the streets below melds into one dark amoeba, curling slightly at the edges as it squirms along the petri dish of the world around me. Its edges lost beyond the horizon, which can be zen in its own way. I'm guessing that's what people see in ant farms, but I wouldn't know. Who the hell would want more insects crawling around their house? It does remind me, when I went to Japan, we had a really nice hotel room that was like on like the 38th floor or whatever. It had like a beautiful view of Tokyo. With a giant, it was like one of these hotel rooms you book for the view, right? So like one of the walls facing outside was like a giant window with like a little, I call it like a bench, like a cushioned bench or like a large shelf with a cushion on it. And like a couple of times, just to really, you know, do the cringe the cringe millennial Japanese thing, I would like, before I go to bed, I would sit on that shelf. It would be like what, midnight, 1 a.m, and just look out at like this, like, you know, Tokyo at night, all the lights, all the cars moving, the trains and stuff, and just like vibe there for like half an hour. And now it was so good. It was so chill. Why does her apartment look like Adam Jensen's? This is what all cyberpunk apartments look like. They all have the piss filter. They're all orange and light blue. Everyone knows this. There was a movie / experiment in German television a few years back where the movie was some murder trial or some such, and the viewers had to phone in to decide trial by voting. But only you have heard of it. Maybe that was just like an actual murder case, and you were just a phone-in jury member. To be fair, she didn't ask for it. I didn't ask for this. Alright, let's do some quick baking. I'm not hungry, but I do love to bake. Baking is satisfying. Applied chemistry, which is just applied math, so. But the cleanup isn't fun. And when I don't have a neighbour I'm trying to butter up or a client to visit, everything just sits in my freezer till I end up throwing it out. Sarah seems to shovel it down without complaint, but she's not here now. When I was still slaving away in that witch's office I never wanted for hungry mouths. Co-workers will eat anything you leave out in a break room. This is so true. Like, there is so much just bullshit we've had at work. From like parties and buffets and potlucks and stuff. And we're like, I don't know, like who the fuck's gonna eat like half a bowl of coleslaw? And you're just like, oh, let's put it in the office and put like on the Slack, like anyone want half a bowl of, anyone want some coleslaw or some shit? And then people just turn up and be like, yeah, I'll just eat like 5 spoonfuls of this, fuck it. And you're like, really? Was that on your like your schedule for today? You're just gonna eat like half a portion of cold coleslaw at 3 PM on a Tuesday? You love how she can bake? Well, you gotta love someone who cooks. If I ever get truly desperate to hide evidence, I'll just bake into a pie and find an office birthday party to crash. It'll be gone without a trace in minutes. It reminds me of that. I assumed it was always a fake crime, but maybe someone's done it in real life. The one about the woman who murdered her husband by hitting him over the head with a frozen leg of lamb. And then, put the leg in the oven, and then when the police came round, she served it up for them to eat the evidence. Alright, let's watch some TV. Maybe watch, I don't know, Traitors? Is that still going? Whose line is it anyway? Don't feel like finding something to stream. Normally, I'd watch something on some gaming stream on Twitch, like something like Twitch/Hypothetical Walrus, of course. Sarah's messed up all my recommendations anyway. All she does is watch Mr. Beast videos and Fortnite. The serial killer clown who ate all the evidence. Wait. How do you remember that, Yuli, from the fucking Yakuza 0 Coliseum? Serial killer clown who ate all the evidence. They had some fucking great characters in that fucking Coliseum area. It's seared into your mind. My home page used to be great, tuned to a T. You would not believe how many ASMR train cleaning videos I had. I'd get closed circuit footage of industrial machine accidents and gun disassemblies with no commentary in the title. Morgan, you are sick in the head. I know we already knew this, but you are doubly sick in the head. Now it's all street workout videos and film director tier lists. This is such a fucked up, dysfunctional family. You got one person who just watches constant live leak videos, and the other person who's too into film like school and just watches directors' tier lists. What? Watching a film director's tier list is such a perfect bit because it implies a very specific type of film fan. Like a person who enjoys consuming films, but maybe doesn't care too much about the actual artistic value of a film. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, how are you putting people with like different artists? It's like making like a tier list of like different kind of paintings. It's like they're not objective. It's entirely subjective. Yeah, But then the kind of person in their brain who's like, yeah, I can rank these things, is someone who's really into film, but not into film enough to view it as an artistic endeavor. You know what I mean? They just see it as a consumer content. Which is why it's a great own on Sarah. If the end result is my internet history looks a little more random to an outsider, I guess I can forgive it. But if she ever gets me added to mailing lists for diet supplements, I'm fully revoking her net access. Top 10 reasons Ingmar Bergman clears Alfred Hitchcock. My truth of why I put fucking Quentin Tarantino in S, but I only put James Gunn in D. Serial killer clown putting the whole crime scene in their comically small car. The criminal defense attorney clown who pulls up to the courtroom in their small car and then pulls out themselves and 3 witnesses. This is pointless. Might as well close my eyes and wait. Even staring daggers into the backs of my own eyelids would do more good than this. Whatever this is. Morgan, why aren't you, like, you're doing very little killing in this game. Seems like the perfect time to go and kill someone. Damn, 4 ellipses in a row. Maybe that was 3. Hey, cool kid. If you go to jail for starting this pyramid scheme of an extracurricular activity, does that help or hurt your chances of becoming a lawyer? You're trying to recruit members because if you don't hit critical mass, this all falls apart. It's exactly like a pyramid scheme. Well, I don't know if I can give you advice since I'm only a member on paper, but if you want to start a club for solving mysteries, maybe you should, you know, solve one first? I don't know. Ask questions, talk to people, I guess, record what they say. Take notes and think hard. I can't believe Morgan started like a murder mystery, like detective clue solvers club in school because she probably read fucking Umineko and was like, I want to be just like Battler. I want to be able to solve puzzles in my life. And then no one showed up and owned her. Oh, you never know. You can be pretty persuasive. Or at least entertaining. I mean, I'm still sitting here for some reason, right? Ugh. Guess I fell asleep after all. It's still dark out, though. What time is it? 5 in the morning? It says 9:40 on my phone. I slept for 30 minutes? That's it? What the hell's going on with me today? Ugh, am I really about to give up and start scrolling on my phone? I should check my temperature. There might be something wrong with me. Don't feel like I'm going to find the thermometer. How about a bet? 300 says the first article that pops up is an advertisement. Morgan, you are crashing out. You're doing a bet with yourself. What do you mean? There's always good news every night. Beloved school janitor given dance-off salute by students after having postponed retirement for 3rd time. That's a good one. Double or nothing. Federal investigators recover Dennings girl. Well, congrats on no longer being kidnapped. You just cost me 600, you little shit. The nation rejoices tonight as the daughter of renowned philanthropist Joseph Dennings has been confirmed home safe and sound, thanks to the efforts of federal investigators spearheaded by a playbook that applies old techniques to tackle new challenges. Dennings originally rose to prominence as the CEO of Constancy Inc., which was at the time a marketing firm specializing in virtual advertising. But Dennings' vision for bringing advertising to the front lines with heads-up display services cracked open the previously uncharted market of active duty armed force members. What the Bruh, we really do live in a fucking dystopian hellscape. They're giving fucking ads to military soldiers' heads-up displays in their helmets during their fucking duty time? serving them relevant, relatable, and automatically generated content that informs them about the products they wanted waiting for them on their doorstep when they get home. After making Constancy one of the leading development advertising agencies in the world, Dennings thought that he could finally get to spend time with his family when he graciously stepped down as CEO to focus on his philanthropy, while also serving as a COO in an advisory role. But tragedy struck earlier this week when his daughter was kidnapped on her way home from school in an attack investigators described as meticulously planned and flawlessly executed. When the vicious attackers contacted Dennings' family and demanded an exorbitant ransom of an undisclosed amount, a lesser man would have panicked, or worse, given in to their demands. Fortunately for his daughter, Dennings is not a lesser man. Those first 24 hours are essential. We need every minute we can get. It really was quite remarkable that Mr. Dennings was clear-headed enough to contact us right away, said one investigator close to the operation. Investigators sprang into action, of course, but here our story takes a curious turn. Instead of searching the map for the young Dennings girl, they mapped out the psychology of the kidnappers themselves. We wouldn't really describe this as a terrorist act, but the sick, twisted terrorists who committed this atrocity did do us the courtesy of communicating openly and often. From the way they spoke, the words they chose, we started to narrow down their possible backgrounds, and then we revisited the crime scene. Investigators credit their breakthrough to the footage of the kidnappers that indicated the terrorists had military-level training and discipline. Carrying out attacks in the so-called quartet formation considered a signature of the military's elite hostage retrieval squads. Anyone can read a handbook and try to copy what they've seen in military sims, but this brutal act of class-motivated violence was carried out without so much of a shot fired, miraculously. Skills like that, unfortunately for the suspects, are as unique as fingerprints. We had warrants within all 4 suspects' properties within the hour. While some less dignified members of the press questioned the nature of this horrific crime, asking pointed questions about a possible relationship between Mr. Dennings' past work and the suspects' military backgrounds, Chief Director of Investigations Valentine avoided the mudslinging with a succinct reply of, "No comment." Mr. Dennings' business associations may have no bearings on the value of his daughter's life, which I am glad to say is no longer in any danger. For that, we have to thank the efforts of the brave young investigators to my left here. Special Investigator ISA, Technical Analyst Solkov, Special Agent Greenfield, and Special Agent Beckham. Together they... Are you infuriated as we are with anti-authority outsider action anarchists inciting anxiety on our city streets anonymously? Oh my god. Try saying that sentence quickly. Are you infuriated as we are with anti-authority outsider actor anarchists inciting anxiety on our streets anonymously? Join us in our push to make all internet searches tied directly to citizens' tax returns IDs. Sign up below and we'll help direct you on how to help. Do I recognise... I say Solkov, Greenfield, and Beckham. Beckham. Where's No, her name's Rockford. Okay. I feel like this is leading up to us getting manhunted by like a criminal, you know, thought, like people who can, what's it called when like they have people who think like a killer? Whatever. Like we're gonna have them hunt us down as they slowly realise we're the real killer. How's that for long odds? What are the chances I see that name? Perfect timing, actually. Maybe chewing out Mireille will keeping me in the dark is just the nightcap I need. That woman was like a black cat, charming. But they hold on, that dog doesn't sound like Mireille. Oi! That voice almost sounds like... Get up already, you shit! I better check the door cam. Alright, let Riaz in. Come on. There she is. Pissed off as ever. Detective, is that you? Open up. Pardon? I said, is it open up? Oh, what is this? Little cutie patootie Reyes. Also, is she wasted? Hang on, are you? Don't pretend you can't hear me in your little creep cave, you little creep. Detective Reyes, are you drunk? Yeah, no. It's a crime for you to ask me that. Oh. I could just wave my badge hello to the door cam. And my door just unlocks like that? That cannot be legal. Oh, it's not legal. What? Wait, what model of door is it? Oh, yeah, but this model of door in this city's zoning is legal for me to unlock your door like that. This drunk fucking :3 face. I guess Han had a point. We need to make spare keys the fair trade-off for avoiding this bullshit. And since you just invited me in, I did not. Here I am, above the book. What's happening right now? Why is your ceiling all the way up there? Who did you kill to get a place this huge? Probably several people. Emma wishes they had what they have, is true. There's a love triangle going on, for sure. What did you even do with this much space? Hang from the rafters like a bat? Echo! 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 Detective, this is absurd. Does anyone even know you're... Uh-oh. Does anyone even know you're here? What? Let me check. Detective Reyes, badge number 10806, reporting on all channels. Self-assignment, protective surveillance of suspected criminal target, threat assessed as medium to low, target capabilities. Not a threat to self or others. Reporting in from... What's your address? Do not dox me to every cop in the city, Reyes. She was thinking about it. She was thinking about killing him, her. I got concerned there for a second. I did think there was a 10% chance they could have killed Reyes right there. They're like, people are liking Reyes too much. We gotta fucking cut her out. Reporting in from address withheld. Any copies? Over. Copy. Copy. Cam saw you enter the building. Copy. Radio biomonitor. We got you, 10:0086. Have a quiet night. Are you finished? Hey, where's the snowball? What? She waves her hands in the rough approximation of something cloud-shaped. Snowball, ball, matchable? Sarah's doing her job. Likely story. You'd probably make us sleep in a coffin in a park garage. Going off of David's setup, she might be more comfortable if I did. How is doxing still a thing here? I thought it was a huge surveillance state. I mean, it basically was, because the first policeman who came back said, like, yeah, we saw you enter the building. So I'm pretty sure they 100% know where she is. Morgan likes to pretend. Is this booze? That's water. Ugh. God. Can I do something for you this evening, detective? Or did you come here just to critique my interior decorating and knock shit over? I came here because I'm drunk. And I'm drunk because you're in danger. No, the other way around. I drank because I was pissed and Quaz said everyone else told me to go home. Even though he shot a guy only a few hours ago, I'm the one who's too emotional and too useless. Wait. So I came here to catch a bad guy. Because you are defending that cop killer. Aha. Who's also an orca killer. A whale cop killer. Killer whale cop. God damn you to see wants to shoot him. And also you, because you're his stinking lawyer. Thanks. And I'm a cop. Cops are supposed to protect people. Even stinky lawyers. Thanks. So, I'll park myself right here and catch the next assassin they send after you. Then lock her up and throw away the key. And if I accidentally save your life too, that's okay. Even if you don't deserve it. You could have just stopped talking. I can stop talking easy. This fucking expression is so fucking good. Do you really not have anything to drink? I'm not sure I want to drink with you, detective. Who invited you? You're the host. Do whatever, but I am gonna do what I gotta do. And what the hell is the screw top? If I have to host a drunk Detective Reyes for the rest of the night, as I evidently do, suppose I didn't force myself to go through the ordeal sober. Don't lie, Morgan. You were bored out of your mind. This is a step up. I'll get a bottle opener, detective. Oh shit. I said I'll get it. Cinema. This fucking... every time. Wait, hold on. Oops, I missed that. Wait. This is the best part of the vid, where he breaks down the horsepower. For years, they had all abided by this gentleman agreement where their engines would have to be horsepower capped at 270 or so. To avoid this, like, arms race of engineering in a country with a huge street racing scene. Right. But the crazy part is, it was only ever on paper. They were building and selling cars, right, with 300 horsepower, and they all just listed the horsepower as 270 domestically. Yeah. And God, everybody knows it. I mean, they were selling the same car with the same engine. I'm sorry to have to cut it immediately here, but the ads have kicked in. I forgot to snooze them. I apologize. I wish I could just like anyway, it doesn't matter. And we've had 2 hours, so it's probably time for a break. I think this is probably a good place for it. So I'll be back in 5-10 minutes. And I will see you then. Yeah. I'll put some music on. Hold on. Hello, hello, hello. How long has it been? Has it been 5 minutes? I lost track. Just your acquaintance info dumping all that stuff. I mean, what we have here are 2 info dumpers who just info dumping them. Like, because the thing is, she's obviously bored as hell about Reyes talking about all these different car engines, but she does the same fucking thing with gun cleaning. Like, it's really not that different. Like, Reyes will watch an ASMR no commentary cleaning of an engine, and she'll watch an ASMR no commentary cleaning of a gun. Dun 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 bum bum. Man, oh God, I love this song. I hate pausing on it. It's such a banger. But we have to. How was my break? My break was pretty good. I got a drink. I got some Pepsi Max. Damn the type 2 diabetes. I checked on my idle game. I talked from the Discord. You know how it is. Right, let me get us back on the game. We were talking about the fact that this really is a Pepsi community. Do we have anyone in chat who drinks Coke? Let me get a quick poll going. Poll. Soft drink choice. Sorry, I just banged the mic there. Pepsi. Coke. Other. Don't drink. You know what? I'll say fizzy drink because I think outside of the UK, people don't know what the fuck I mean when I say soft drink. Start poll. You drink Coke, but you're new? We'll get you in time. Don't worry. We'll win you over. Oh, my secret subliminal Pepsi messaging will we'll come over. You had to come rushing in between dishwashing to vote. You had to let your voice be known. Damn, what we got going here? Do these choices do include the sugar-free stuff? Yes. Yeah. I mean, I guess if you prefer like original or like regular Coke but diet Pepsi, just choose whichever one you drink the most. I have no idea which I prefer, regular Pepsi or regular Coke, because I haven't drunk regular like soft drinks in years. All right, we're looking at a strong 44% Pepsi, 22% Coke, 22% other. So Coke and other combined are drawing with Pepsi, and then 11% don't drink soft drinks. I guess, well, yeah, when I'm thinking other, I'm thinking about like Fanta, maybe like a root beer, maybe like a Sprite, like a McDonald's Sprite. Anyway, good to know. Good to know. I'm going to send this information on to Pepsi and Coca-Cola marketing companies and receive my my survey fee to get owned. I'm using you all for data. With the same goddamn talk rating in 2 different countries, and they were saying, where is Pepsi Addict? Are you here, Pepsi Addict? You're missing out on the poll of your dreams. I think Pepsi Addict is only here for games from the PS2 era. That's when they appear. They're summoned like a deity. Tell them it was absolutely 100% sure representative and the sample size was impeccable. I mean, look, the sample size is more than 3. So, in my eyes, scientifically valid. Oh, I don't know. I think it's only 276. That's crazy. I was born in the wrong generation. Music was so much better back then, not like the pop stuff we have these days. The fucking, I was born in the wrong generation. Oh, Reyes. I mean, okay, I will cut her some slack. She's literally born in a generation where they don't have automatic cars anymore. Oh, sorry, manual cars anymore. Or, like, even gasoline-powered cars. So, I guess, you know, fair enough. I'll die without ever knowing what gasoline smells like. Gasoline is odorless. What? It's odorless. They add a strong smell during refinement so the leaks could be noticeable. That's natural gas, you dummy. Scared me for a second. Jeez. If you're gonna try and ruin something for me that I have never even had a chance of experiencing, you better get it right. Doesn't know the difference between gas and gasoline. So, you know Chopin? So you know Chopin? God. We dated, okay? Happy? I wouldn't have guessed that. For how long? Once? Which is not a lot. Duh. I know. It was such a shitty date. Wore his uniform like I was supposed to salute. And God, was he cheap. I said, what'd you tip the bartender? And he got all confused. He just handed me 2 cans. Why would I tip? Because you tipped the goddamn bartender, man. That's why. You can always tell when someone grew up with money. Maybe they just can't hide it. Maybe none of them ever learned the decency to try. Rockford's not so bad. I thought it was her. And I was like, damn, they're bringing the Yuri out strong. But no, this is Reyes. Rockford's not so strong. I mean, it's obvious still, but the airhead part kind of upsets it. Yeah, that's... What do you mean? Emma comes from money? Oh, Morgan. Honey, I've picked up on it, and I've only been reading, like, 1% of all the things you read. I thought you were meant to, like, know people, Morgan. I guess even you could tell a joke. Worst date I've ever been on. Waitress looked like she was gonna stab him. You think he was allergic to salt with all the nitpicking he did? And then, he had the balls that tip 10%. That is bad. Oh, what do you know? You probably haven't been on a date since the 60s. How old do you think I am? I was talking about the tip. What tip? Oh, the tip. Well, yeah, but still. Do you even have a dating profile? Perfect move, Reyes. She pretended to be drunk. She could get in, yammer to Morgan, talk about her date with Chopin, and then subtly suggest and ask if Morgan has a dating profile, so then she can look it up on Hinge and then hook up. 200 IQ plan, Reyes. I salute you. Or do you just, like, hang around funeral homes and castles and shit, looking for other creatures of the night? I don't have a dating profile. She immediately sobers up. Well, good night, man. I'm out of here. She's like, well, nothing else to do here. You met Chopin through an app? Yeah, a dating app for cops. Hold on. Come on. There's got to be a pun in a dating app for cops. Well, we've got Tinder, Grindr, Hinge. I can't think of any. They're like, I can think of puns for like a dating app, but I was trying to think of a play on words on a consistently on like a what a dating app that already exists. Okay, COVID. Okay, copied. Come on, I'm cooking. I can't keep running back. Okay, you know what? That's pretty good. Okay, Copper. That works as well. But like, in my defense, who the hell still uses OK Cupid? It's not 2010 anymore. There's a dating app for cops? Yeah, just for cops. Just for all. Just for all. Like, justice for all? That fucking sucks. Why is it called Just for All if it's just for cops? It's a pun. Oh, it's a pun. Well, it's not really a pun. Wordplay. Play on words for justice for all. The cop catchphrase. We say it all the time when we catch people. Oh, I see. Okay. Like when they catch people, they call it justice. Because you're catching them, you're getting justice for all. I see. There's an app for everyone. Probably even lawyers with sun allergies. Okay, she's a ginger. Reyes, show some respect. She can't go out in sunlight. She burns in 2 seconds. I don't think there's an app for me. A serial killer. Hang on, let me just project a hologram of the world's smallest violin out of my eye socket. Apps suck anyway. This one I matched, she was terrible. Her teeth subtly hints at the fact that she's bisexual. Reyes again, the 200 IQ play. It's genius. She was trying to smile or some shit. She was all teeth. I think it was her first kiss. You remember your first? I don't know why everyone's so concerned about first. Morgan has never kissed anyone. Confirmed. The hell does that mean? Don't worry about it. I have never once given a second thought to anything you say, so get that straight. Wanted to slap that guy's dumb face at the end of the day. But then, I didn't even recognize him. When Lon and I came in, he was face down. Whole floor, blood. Just blood and paper. Couldn't turn him over, had to preserve the scene. Just had to leave him there. Sorry. Sorry, I'm not sorry, I'm angry. You seem to get angry a lot. You been to anger management? You know what that's about? Managing anger? Keeping calm. Not letting your emotions control you. I'm great at all that. If you say so. I do say so. With what I'm feeling most of the time, I'm a goddamn shape for how calm I stay. I'm just too small. Oh, come on, Reyes. You're barely like 5'4". Hold on, how small are you? 162? What's that? You're 5'3"? Okay, that's pretty small. I'm 5'4", apparently. I mean, I've seen smaller. The game's worth it for this scene. This is a great scene. Little hole at the bottom of a big water. Fills up faster than it'll ever drain. If I was big, I'd travel this whole city down long, long before my anger's gone. Didn't even seem like people from the hall. Just two people-shaped things, facing the blood. Sasuke and Chopin, they were both face down? What? Yeah. Because Rogers was cuffing Sosuke on the ground? Rogers, what a klutz. That guy could cuff a, 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 a cow. A cow? I don't know. Something that'll cuff easy. A dress shirt? What do you want? You got a round of applause? Everyone will clap for the world's greatest wordsmith. Just shut up. And kiss me. Shit, we had an emotional scene, a comedy scene, and a scene that progresses the plot all in one. That's writing for you. Persuading her to remove her shoes and socks before tossing her up the stairs was the very upper limit of my patience. Making it off the floor and up onto the bed is up to her. I don't care. I can sleep on my couch. I can sleep on my chair if I have to. I can fall asleep in any position, actually. It's... but not actually worth bragging about, especially to myself. Girl is bragging to herself about being able to sleep. What are you doing, Morgan? So now a homicide detective knows where I live. I mean, she probably knew the entire time. Like, how do you think she found you? I guess the address is on the business card, downside of a home office. At least it's fun to imagine how sick she'll be tomorrow. Can't remember a time I got that drunk, thankfully. Can't remember a time I got that mad. And the last time I cried? Screw this. Introspection's a scam. I'm not nearly so flush I can afford to waste time on it. Or time on it. Oh my god! Stop smiling like that. Yes, you found a teacher's missing key card. No, you're not Sherlock Holmes. Or whoever his lawyer was. Oh, I'm sure. You're going to be the most popular kid in school overnight now. Well, I wasn't being that sarcastic. You better hope it's somewhat true. Deadline for your little club's sign-up period is next week, isn't it? Actually, you'll need to find 4 members. I'm going to be out that day. Family thing. What a face. You show everyone puppy dog eyes? That pathetic? Ah, look, if you're going to be a lawyer, you need to get better at reading the fine print. See, you need 5 members to found a club, but if you have at least 2 students present at the qualification time, you can get an extension. I mean, even you can get 1 person to join, right? Just use that winning personality of yours. JoJo pose? It is kind of JoJo pose coded. Okay, so when are we going to find out this is like her first high school love and then they get killed by like, I don't know, like a murderer, a serial killer, and then she kills the serial killer and then gets like a taste for murder or something? It's a family thing. I can't say no. Hmm? Nothing. I didn't say anything. 11:31 a.m. Man, she slept in. Oh no, they've skipped ahead. Okay. Law 48. They must have waved me down over 5 times. I've been in private banks with less active security than this. Were they private banks that recently had a shooting? No. Then the comparison seems flawed. Armed guards in the hallways, drones out in the windows, androids standing firm in the streets, triple spectrum scans at every entrance. They really rolled out the red carpet for you this time. If they were this concerned, why didn't they just move the trial outside the city? The district attorney said as much, but the city council overrode them. The district attorney? You mean Miss Rockford? Miss Rockford's boss. Word of the attack yesterday is already trickling out. They can't afford the delay, or it looks like they've been successfully intimidated. There's such a thing as overcompensating. Not on the stage of security theatre. Were you able to look over the DNA analysis that Sinus completed, Adonai? Their report on the bindings? Yeah. Let me see the report on the bindings. Sweat matches DNA of Sosuke. Skin matches DNA of Sosuke. Blood matches DNA of Sosuke and Miller. Okay. So it implies Miller had been cut before, while he was still in bandages. I mean, he could have also, because the bandages were left on the floor of the room, right? Because I'm saying, like, he could just carry the bandages, and then when he killed Miller, he just got some blood on the bandages. But I think the bandages were on the, I think Sosuke was there. You know what? I think you might be right. I guess what you could try and imply is that Miller must have been injured when the bandages were put on him. So therefore he couldn't have killed him beforehand? I don't know. I guess that's kind of the vibe, though. Wait, actually, hold on. There's one other piece of evidence there. What was it? Oh, the MAG US. Subject possession of a firearm in violation of parole, firearm illegal modification, subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on a personal phone. Subject released with a warning in accordance with Police Code 65.329E, personal discretion without prejudice. But that's true as well. Like, he had the gun and obviously should have been arrested for it, but they let him go. Gave me a lot to think about on the ride over. You're looking much better. Oh, that's true. He's no longer injured. Now we can see him in his full, handsome display. I don't feel better. They gave me some sort of injection last night. I woke up in much more pain, but they still insisted on taking off all my bandages. Some sort of injection? Sosuke consented to the intravenous injection of a recovery accelerant at 9:33 PM last night. You consented without knowing what it was? I nodded. Thought it would help me sleep. That interrogation room floor isn't exactly ideal for rest. Spoiled brat. This is the same guy who was confidently telling me he was fine with going to jail? What about you, Adonai? Were you able to get any rest? I slept like a rock. Eventually. Didn't even wake up when a certain unwelcome guest stumbled out the door and into the early morning, thank God. But it was an accelerant, huh? I thought there was something familiar about this discomfort. They gave it to us back in the military on occasion. You heal up faster, but it still takes the same toll overall. Explains why I feel like all my bruises are fresh. Why did they wait until now to start giving Sosuke medical attention, though? Emma must have realised it was getting a bit silly. Trying to accuse you of murdering 5 people when you look like you've been thrown through a windshield. Don't worry, Sosuke. You're still handsome, even without the rugged edge that your injuries provided. Sarah, please. Learn the human skill of restraint and subtlety. Girl, you can't be going around just calling everyone hot all the time. Hearing that doesn't make me happy, you know, Baka. Then why are you blushing? It's not like you're spotless. You still have the mark under your left eye. No, I've had that since birth. Oh. I was once told that it's charming. Why did you bring it up? Is it not charming? So needy. I need my moles to be charming. Thank you for clarifying that to the court, detective. That was the same story he told me yesterday down in the lower wards. He and Reyes were the second on scene, so they focused on clearing the lower floors before meeting with Rogers. Good to have it on record so I can look it over. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. Yes, I remember him saying that. Okay. Sunsuke. Sunsuke, that's a good one. As for the next item on the docket, exclamation mark docket, calling the defendant to testify. Seems like it's going to be a nothing burger. Not entirely, Your Honour. My client waives his right to decline. Does he now? Stare down. Oh my god, he just transformed.
Sosuke Ikaria. I'm head of personnel security at the Ikaria Financial Group.
And the IFG, that's a family-run small business mom-and-pop operation, I take it?
Family run?
Well, Mr. Ikaria, I feel like the court already has a strong understanding of the circumstances you find yourself in. How were you captured and tortured by these 4 known criminal associates, all of whom are now dead? How were you found standing over the body of Officer Chopin? I suppose all anyone can ask is, what do you have to say for yourself? That beauty mark comment feels like foreshadowing for him not being the little prince because the baby didn't have it or something. It does feel like they're going to hit him with the old switcheroo that, like, wait a minute. The baby didn't have the beauty mark. That's what, it's going to be the switcheroo that he is actually the Ikaria heir, and the sister, what's her face, she's actually the blue blood character. Fucking, what's her face? Not you. Not you. Not you. Who was he? No, not you. Mireille. If they're both the same age, they could do the old switcheroo where actually you're the blue blood. No, it can't be. It can't be. No. We're going too deep into it. Because they tested his blood when he was at the classic baby swap. No, because they literally tested his blood when he stepped in front of the sword from Makoto. So they know he's the actual little lord. But you are right in that it does feel like foreshadowing. But I can't. There's no way. There's no way they have another twist. Hit him with the old Yakuza. Yeah. Well, this case is already very Yakuza coded. And I mean Yakuza 1, not just like literally Yakuza. Which would make Makoto the actual little lord. You're right all along. My god. My god. I can only tell you what I remember. Even if that's mostly pain. How about after the pain? How did it end? I woke up to the feeling of my blood drying on my skin. Familiar sensation for the head of personnel security, I assume? Objection. I can answer. It was a novel experience. I pulled off my blindfold and felt like I'd stepped into the desert. White flaring in my eyes, heart thumping in my temple. But I realized there's a gun in my waistband. The indicator showed it was spent. Didn't know what to make of it. Does this gun look familiar to you, Mr. Ikaria? Yes, that's the same gun. Let the record shows the witness has admitted to wielding the same Mag-Us used to kill 2 of the victims. Is this okay? No answer. I stumbled forwards towards a door, and past it, the whole room seemed red. And after that, you don't remember? Anything you'd like to say to the court, Mr. Ikaria, before we finish? Fuck all of you. There is one more thing I recall. Oh shit, he's doing the Jeff Keighley, just one more thing at the end of the direct. I remember holding my sword. Oh, people fucking hated that one. So he admits it. You remember holding your sword? Woof, that ain't good. That's very interesting of you to say, Mr. Ikaria. It was on the ground, and it's important to me, so I bent over and picked it up. Do you recall the next thing you did with that sword, Mr. Ikaria?
No, the next thing I know, I'm being transported and read my rights.
I see. Your Honor, do you feel we need to continue? The questioning? The trial? Ouch. Ready to begin cross-examination at any time, Your Honor? If you insist. Round 1, fight. Surely we are past round 1 by now. Okay, we have cut bindings. His blood, his sweat, the other guy's blood on them. Yoru. Tip damaged. Stuck in the ground. We know the victim, after talking with Reyes, the victim was face down. Magus, modded gun, should have been arrested by the police earlier, but they let him through. Okay. I woke up in that room blindfolded and in pain. Managed to untie my bindings and stumble forward. That's when I noticed the gun sticking out of my waistband. I was alarmed, but the ammo was already spent. When I stepped through the door, everything on the other side was red. All I could think to do was bend down and pick Yoru off the floor. Okay, that's... The next thing I know, I was in an ambulance, having my rights read to me. Sosuke isn't lying about anything, is he? No, he's just subconsciously glossing over a certain key detail. All the trial prep in the world can't undo multiple concussions, I suppose. Okay, so it's got to be when he leaves to put... Because you're like, how'd you get rid of your bindings? Yeah, this one, right? Because the bindings were cut. Wanna bet? Boom, headshot. Sosuke couldn't have untied his way out of his bindings. Not when they were very clearly cut by something sharp. Objecting to a statement from your own client now? What do you mean, Morgan? These pieces of cloth were recovered from the room where you were held, Sosuke, and they've very clearly been cut. You didn't struggle your way out, you cut your way out. Yes, now that you mention it, that's right. How long will the stream be? We're looking at another hour and 20 minutes, around that. But if I cut myself out first... Your Honor, the people ask the defense do their testimony coaching before the trial begins from now on. As it stands, this has been a colossal waste of time. Yeah, I mean, this detail probably isn't important, right? It's very important, Your Honor. If he used a blade to cut himself free from his bindings, that means Sosuke couldn't have gotten free until someone handed him a blade. Meaning the people's theory of a daring escape mid-interrogation is... Oh shit, she's going in. Is doing just fine. Thank you for asking. None of us in the court here today seriously believe that this man, or his memory, can be taken as the truth. Then forget him and just look at the bindings. They're hard, physical evidence, and they have to have been cut. By something sharp? What do we know that fits that description? You think it was Yoru? His captors kept him bound in that room most of the night, then cut him from his bindings with the sword to bring him into the main room for questioning. Emma, you will never have Reyes Riz, that's true. Emma's never going to turn up drunk at our apartment at 3 in the morning. Well, actually, I think it's like 9 p.m, but whatever. Where he turned the tables on them before slaughtering them all. Badass! Well, Counselor, are we done here? Could a katana have been used to cut those bindings? Looking at the actual bindings themselves. I don't know why they couldn't be. Stiff with dry blood, clearly cut by something sharp, and then it's sweat by Sosuke, skin by Sosuke, blood by Sosuke and Miller. I mean, I really want to say this is important because Morgan just said, like, this is really, really important. But I think this might be a bait here. Because I can't see any way in which... Like... Stiff with dried blood and cliche. Like, because they're not saying he cuts it. They're saying the other people cut it. So I think they could just cut... Yeah, I think... I mean, it would be awkward with the sword. Like, he's tied up against a pipe and stuff. Like, it's going to be a really awkward one. But I think, like, theoretically, you could cut the bindings with it. I admit it is possible that the sword cut those bindings. But anything's possible. And the DNA evidence points to a different answer. Your Honour, if we could please draw the court's attention to the forensic analysis of the bindings. You'll notice your client's blood, obviously. Yes, obviously. But upon closer inspection, you'll also see that blood from Miller was found as well. The poncho guy? Who was stabbed in the throat, as the court may recall, by your client's sword, as is no doubt still fresh in the jury's memory. Well, how can that be, Your Honour? What do you mean? Is it not sharp enough? What a piece of... How can Miller's blood have ended up on the bindings that was kept my client from leaving the room in which he was held? Unless Miller was killed before my client was ever cut free? That's kind of a big deal, isn't it? I thought so, at least. Oh, people fucking hated that. She's lying. That's not possible. You thought wrong, Councillor. It's true that the katana has blood from Miller's stabbing on it. And I'll admit it is surprising to see his blood on your client's bindings. Miller's autopsy shows he had no wounds beside the fatal puncture in his neck. So the bindings on my client have to be intact at the time Miller died. But those bindings didn't need to be cut before your client could kill him. What? If your client's wrists were left bound for questioning, he could have stolen the gun, killed Tanksome Creek, then picked up his sword as he just stated in his testimony and set to work. You think my client was drugged and beaten before killing 4 men with his wrists bound? Hardly impossible for a man with his talents. And there's no other explanation for why he would have cut his bindings with the sword that, as you insist, must have already been used to kill Miller. No other explanation. Not even if he used something else to break out of confinement? It's gonna be the knife, right? Yeah, they found it in the alley barrel. Morgan, I probably wouldn't say that final point. I stabbed Miller in the throat with it. Your Honour, I killed Miller. There's no way that Sosuke could have done it. Nothing else makes any sense, so it's gonna be the knife. What if my client had simply used this to break out? What in the hell is that? Way overcooked, from what I can tell. It's a murder weapon, Your Honour. One recovered from the scene of the crime. Your Honour, League of Legends. Death. That knife. Yes, that's what I grasped when I first woke up. It's impossible. What she said. There's nothing about a knife found seared to perfection in the Ark's data. Is it overcooked or seared to perfection? This knife was not found inside the building, Your Honour. I retrieved it from the alley immediately beside it. Your android did? Need her to submit video evidence of the entire afternoon to verify it, doubting Thomas? It's not the android I'd have trouble taking at her word, Councillor. What forensics have been performed on it? There are no fingerprints remaining, and the DNA present in the blood is too damaged to be of use. But I have identified at least 2 different blood typings. AB- and B-, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the people
Are, of course, interested in forensic analysis of any evidence that seems pertinent at the crime at hand. But this was retrieved from an alleyway dumpster. A soot-filled drum near an alleyway dumpster. But Your Honor, what if the guy was killed by this knife I found in my kitchen? Your Honor, what if the guy if the guy was killed by this broken window glass pane? What window glass just now? This could have killed them. You never know. From an alley in the lower wards. Without strong evidence linking it to the crime, I see no reason to entertain the idea that this is some kind of fourth murder weapon. Third murder weapon. What? The bat was post-mortem. The point still stands. Oh, she's so pouty. She hates the fact she was called out on that. Well, how about it, Morgie? Any link between this totally not suspicious fire-broiled knife and our crime? Or should we just throw it back in the garbage? Again, it was a soot-filled drum by the garbage. Of course, I have more to go on than mere proximity, Your Honor. I have proof right here that this knife was what Sosuke used to cut himself free. Okay. Proof that the knife was used to cut Sosuke free. Okay. The bindings... Whoa, calm down. The bindings use to bind Sosuke's wrists. Okay, I don't think that's really relevant. Cut with a sharp implement. Okay, yeah. Blood from Sosuke, Miller present. Well... You can kind of see the through line because Miller was killed with a knife in his neck. And you can say the autopsy showed the entrance and exit wound of the knife wound in his, or the wound in his throat is too small for what you'd expect to use a samurai sword. Therefore, if there's blood on it, it's from the knife. But I don't think that's what they're saying. Yoru, Sosuke's katana, right hand prints on the handle, blood from Chopin, Trey, and Miller. You can also say with the bindings, it's got blood from Sosuke and Miller, who are the same blood types as the blood found on the knife. You know what? That might actually be it. Because the medical records don't really show anything. Like left hand finger, like maybe he cut his finger while cutting the bindings, but like you could do that with a knife or a sword. Right handprints on the handle. I mean, I guess you could say there's no... Like, you'd probably expect there to be handprints on the blade as well if you're trying to cut bindings with a giant-ass sword. Like, you try and, like... You know, you try and, like... I don't know. I think it's the bindings. I think it's the fact that the blood on the bindings will relate to Sosuke and the other person. The bindings? What of them? They were clearly cut with something sharp. Oh, no. And the knife... Sorry, okay, I should read these. Clearly cut with something sharp. Yes, we've been over that. And the knife is sharp. I'm not going to walk in circles of logics with you, Counselor. Or logic. Harsh, but fair. Okay. Apparently not. cut on left-hand finger just really doesn't feel... Oh, wait, no, hold on. If I look at medical records, is the medical records gonna... It just doesn't appear here, but the medical records will tell you what his blood type is. Oh, if that's the case, maybe it's that then. Hold on. Blood from various sources, numerous bones in the left hand, slight laceration from left hand, infernal bleeding, bruising and burns on both wrists, other blood. No. Okay, I don't know. I don't think it's the medical record, so I guess it must be Yoru. There's right handprints on the handle. I don't know. The katana, that's your proof? Of course it is. You look at it. You cut the bindings on his wrists with a sword that long? That would be terribly awkward to do. Life or death circumstances excuse a little fidgeting around, Councillor. I suppose the circumstances were pretty extraordinary, yeah. Okay, well. It's the medical records. Just take another look at that. Your client's medical intake record. A little late to be still drumming up sympathy, but if there are shirtless photos in the file, I suppose I have a duty. There are. Damn. Why do all the robots thirst over Sosuke? What? I did not remove my shirt for... If I may please direct the court's attention to one specific item. Slight laceration found on left hand. Okay. Okay, where are you going with this? What do you mean slight? Like a paper cut? More like a cutting board accident. Don't say, oh, well, if he'd cut his hand with the sword, it'd be much bigger. Neither paints a very gallant picture. But if he had cut his finger when he was first arrested, then it must have been sustained around the time of his escape. Like when he was using a knife to cut himself out of bindings while blindfolded. Yeah, that makes sense. Even a master swordsman can nick himself on his blade every now and then. His katana was found with a lot of blood on it, yes. But none of his own. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so you had to do a double logic there where you were like, you had the sword evidence and you went, oh, there's no blood on that. And then you saw the knife or the wound and you went, oh, he has been nicked by a sword or by a blade. And then you know from the knife that it has his blood type on it. Okay. Okay, sure, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just conditioned through like Ace Attorney to only ever jump like one step ahead. He wiped only of his own blood. Guilty. He left all the other blood there. He used a small syringe to suck up all his blood and leave only the others. Adonai is correct. Yoru was thoroughly tested and found to have blood residue matching Miller, Trey, and Officer Chopin. But not one drop of Sosuke's. Meanwhile, we have a knife right here, ready to be submitted into evidence and studied under every microscope the state can find. That just so happens to have Sosuke's exact blood type on the tip. AB-, that blood type. Doesn't match anyone in the case's full file except for Sosuke. What? I do blood type fortune telling. So I have a hobby, shoot me. How do you even have time for a hobby? 2 shots, right to the base of my skull, Councillor Morgan. Perhaps you might grace us all with your formal request. I call for this knife to be submitted into the record and forensically analysed as quickly and thoroughly as possible. Because I believe it is the murder weapon that actually ended Miller's life. A knife to the neck. Would be much easier to pull off than using the very tip of a sword. I'd hypothesize. Not that I know anything about it. Nice recovery. Perfect ukemi. Okay, calm down, Sarah. For God's sake. Stop thirsting over this man. This is just like Do you remember the Ace Attorney in Ace Attorney 2, where they do the clown episode, and Maya keeps fangirling over the magician? In other words, then, Sumari, you're asking for the medical examiner to re-evaluate whether this knife might be a better fit for the wound in Miller's neck? Yeah. Did you just repeat what she said, but slightly rephrased? A conversational tactic to surpass Metal Gear. Okay, alright. Yuli, add 1 to the reference counter. Add 1 to the reference counter. Wait, where's the thing? That one. Did you just repeat what she said, but slightly phrased? A conversational tactic to surpass Metal Gear. It's worth repeating, Your Honor, because the people understand the full weight of what this knife implies. It's going to overturn this entire case in an instant, depending on what Sato finds. Emma's repeating what I said because she's stunned. I just flashed her my hand, and it was 1 card away from a full house. The people have no objections, Your Honor. This trial requires that we fully examine this new piece of evidence. Cool. So, does someone have her number? Is there a group chat for everyone who works for the government, or... Dr. Sato is already on her way. So there is a group chat, and I'm not in it. She'll begin the examination as soon as she arrives. Guess we just slack off until she's done, then. It occurs to me, Your Honor, that we ought to thoroughly examine why this possibly critical piece of evidence was not found during the police's investigation. The investigation and preservation of this crime scene was a joint effort between the police and Sinus Security. Then perhaps our next witness can shine a light on the source of this deficiency. Alright, what's her face? Get on the stage. What's her name? Gus? Meg? Han, that's it. I knew it was a small, like a three-letter word. Madeleine Han, site manager for Sinus Security. I served as supervisor for the scene of the crime in case 3561319B. Wow, can I call you lady? Nah, babe. But what should I call you, though? How about mine? Well, you can keep calling me babe, or... You address the adjutant as Your Honor. Awfully cold name for such a hot... Why the hell wasn't this knife found sooner? Emma's fucking pissed. She's not leaving any time for flirting. She did really rizz up a bot. She rizzed up ChatGPT. Well, I'd hate to throw a business partner under the bus, but we at Cyanide Security maintain the perimeters and stand watch over the secured scenes. It's the cops who do the searching and flagging. See you later, Day. Have a good night. You'd have to ask them why they didn't go dumpster diving. It was a drum. The police aren't your business partners, though, are they? I don't understand the question, Your Highness. Sinus Security is a cell corporation owned by FIC Holdings, an offshore rebranding and effective pseudonym for Kim Acquisitions, aka the heart of the criminal organisation operating in the lower wards that is commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia. What is a cell? A corporation structured such that its employees have no knowledge of its parent's org. Okay. A cell corporation is an informal, rather than legal, label for a business that operates without any clear or explicit knowledge of who its parent or sibling companies may be. Okay, so it's like a terrorist cell, right? Where each of them don't know who anyone else is in it. The name comes from the late 19th and early 20th century covert cell systems, often employed by terrorists, or paramilitary organizations. I should have just read down her. As there is no technical definition of what constitutes a cell corporation, the experiences of employees operating within such companies varies greatly. but there is commonly reported that the individuals are expected to complete their work without full information about how their jobs slot into the greater corporate structure. While many consider the comparison inappropriate or even libelous, there is nothing illegal about the organizational structure, and some consider it a prudent measure to reduce the risk of trade secrets leaking to competitors. Users also frequently search for, "What is my job?" I've been there. If you say so. Sounds like it's above my pay grade. Permission to treat the witnesses hostile. Can I get popcorn first? Do you know why the state cooperates with Blue Bloods to this degree? Why you're allowed to run your business and manage your petty fiefdoms? Petty fiefdoms? How about this? It's a free country and we're loyal, capitalist, tax-paying entrepreneurs. You got your own explanation? It's because you're insignificant. Ooh. Damn. Neither you nor your organization are on trial here today. That's not a favor, and it's not a show of respect. It's just reality. The state is slow to shift its priorities. You aren't the focus of this investigation. But if you impede this trial's progress by dodging questions and playing stupid, you'll find the state shifts its attention to your neck very fast. Oh, damn. You got questions for me then? Why wasn't the alley searched? Because the police found all the murder weapons within minutes. No rational person walked into that bloodbath and thought, "Gee, I wonder if there's a knife buried under a pile of ash in the alley downstairs." Your witness, counsellor? My turn. If my hunch is right, it's critical that I gather as much information as possible about the scene of the crime. Hold on, let me move the old... There we go, just so you can see the number. And the ways in which it changed after I left. When did Sign and Security first arrive on the premises, ma'am? Midnight. About 2 hours after my client was arrested. You sure? Checked my messages and saw the time right on my phone when we got there. You were there yourself? Trouble with being a site supervisor. You gotta stay on site. A lot of naps in parked cars. Hand let slip a few details about the building setup when we first met. Time to get it all out on the record. Security. Do you know who owns the building that these crimes took place in? I don't. Do you know who installed the security features on the location? It was Sinus. Must have gotten hired by someone. Not my department. But you recognise some of the handiwork? The front door was Sinus, the individual vault room locks too. That front door was locked when officers arrived. They had to shoot it open. Shouldn't your security systems recognise officers of the law? Our doors use physical locks. A lot of folks in the lower wards don't trust a fob scanner that can be hacked. Physical locks can be bypassed too. Sure, but at least that takes time. Oh, we're pressing for sure. Is there any way to unlock that front door without its key? I mean, you could use a spare, right? Is there any way to lock that front door without its key? Yeah, but the technique's real complicated. You walk out and let it shut behind you. The door is designed to lock behind you automatically. It's a selling point for a building designed to be secure. Let's go to the alley. The knife was found in the alley only yesterday, even though the police should have searched there. Yeah, seems like not everyone did their job. Did you do yours? Was the alley monitored around the clock? It was. Any disturbances to the scene in the alley? No, none. I mean, we might as well press this just to get this on record, right? So there was no opportunity for someone to plant that knife there after the crime occurred. Not even a blue blood. There were cops coming and going all over. Why don't you ask them if we went around planting evidence? We did our damn job. What? Right, as I explained. Like, surely as a lawyer, you want on record them saying there's no way for anyone to get in the alley. Like, I'm just saying. It was a warm night, I bet. You asking about the weather? Not exactly grade A small talk. Relevance, Your Honor? I was trying to be polite, but if you insist. Were the windows open in the building when you arrived? There's a lot of windows, not sure. Blackjack continues to be the worst minigame. I mean, I like the idea of it, and to be fair, it's not been too illogical, but it is a little bit like, I mean, I think the thing that kind of gives these minigames a lot of leeway is the fact that you have quite a lot of chips. Like, what, you lose 10 chips and I have like 200 or something, like 250. So yeah, I think it probably is the worst minigame, but you don't feel like you're getting overly punished when you fail it. I think that's a good change they made from Ace Attorney. The crime scene and the room directly below it. Were there windows open? Yes, those windows were open when Cyanus arrived. Strange. Didn't it rain that night? That drizzle was over before 9 PM. And even if there had been a downpour, it's not a crime to risk getting your windowsills wet. Alright, so the building wasn't completely sealed by the time you got there. We stay. Thank you. That was a very enlightening conversation. But it raises just one question. Who ever could have gotten inside the building before Chopin and Rogers? Blackjack. The hell are you talking about? Your Honor, perhaps Councillor Morgan might narrow down her absurd, attention-grabbing claim first. So that the people can properly eviscerate it? Yeah, what she said. Someone got into the building before Chopin and Rogers did. That's become obvious. What are you talking about? The only way into that building was through the front door. Chopin had to shoot it down. Are you suggesting he doesn't even try to turn the handle first? No, we raise it. I think we raise. We say it wasn't locked or it was unlocked. Whatever. That front door wasn't locked at all. Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, look. That's not what I meant. Okay. Maybe someone left the door propped open? Okay, that's not what I meant. Aha. Fine. Yes, what I meant to say is the front door was properly locked all night. Yes, it was, but in that case, if we know the front door was locked all night, and we know the master key was found on Crick's body on the 3rd floor, then where do I even... What the hell are you trying to say anyway? Just they use the spare key. Oh, a spare key. How convenient. But completely unfounded. The witness just testified that a spare key is the only other way in. But there's no proof that a spare key even exists. Probably not, no. Probably. So how about I show the courtroom where it was hidden instead? Oh shit. Okay, well, sound system doesn't make any sense. Fire escape doesn't really make sense unless you're saying, like, oh, the key was hidden because it wasn't a key to the door, it was a key to the building, aka the fire escape. I don't think I guess dumpster? I have no idea. This, like, the last few of these, I have no idea what it's even going for. I don't. I have no idea. We don't even know there was a fucking. We're literally lying in court. I have no idea where she's going with this. Maybe dumpster? It has signs of being moved because they use it to prop the door open. I have no idea. Let's go dumpster. Fuck it. The dumpster? What is your obsession with presenting evidence found in garbage? I'm going to ignore that comment. And besides, there wasn't a spare key in the dumpster. It must have been underneath it. Well, because of the movement. I mean, that's such a fucking stretch. That's an insane stretch, Morgan. What? Is that true? Hey, don't look at me. I have no idea what she's talking about. That dumpster has clearly been moved, as indicated by the markings left behind from dirty rain in the lower wards. We can all see the marks, Councillor, but it could have been moved at any point after the last time it rained down there. The witness just testified that last time it rained was at 9 PM on the night of the murder. So what? Your claim is the spare key to the front of the door was left underneath the dumpster? Not so dissimilar from leaving a spare key under a potted plant? Or a setting stone? Or a biwa statue? This isn't anything like either of those examples. That dumpster is massive and its wheels are long gone. Correct. So if anyone had moved it after the police had arrived, the cops definitely would have heard it. If it was moved after the rain stopped and before Chopin and Rogers got there, that narrows it down to sometime between 9 and 10 PM. And, of course, someone would only bother to move a dumpster that heavy if they knew what they would find underneath it. Someone like... Oh shit, we have to like... Uh-oh. I mean, Han's the only... Like, Tanks will be dead. Freak's dead. It's before Chopin turns up. So, I mean, it's got to be Han. She has modded arms as well, so she could easily move it. Boom. It had to be Han, of course. Councillor. As a known associate of the Blue Blood Mafia and an employee of the security company who installed the front door at the crime scene, she'd have known exactly where to find a spare key. That dumpster also happens to be incredibly heavy, but I don't believe this witness's mod documentation has been submitted to the court. Could you estimate for us your approximate lifting strength? You lift with your back, not your arms, lady. Pushing strength, then? Me? I couldn't push over a flower. Fact is, you're just bullshitting. There's no proof for any of what you've said. We could check for your fingerprints on the front door. You'll find them because I've used it plenty of times. It's my job. We could check for your fingerprints on the dumpster. That thing's filthy. You'd get nothing but partials from a bunch of unlisted and addicts and whoever else stumbling around in that alley. Would we? Dunno. But after you do, I might just recall how I nearly puked when I saw that crime scene. And how I might have stepped out into that alley to catch my breath. Would you believe I rested my hands on that dumpster then? This line of questioning is unproductive, Your Honour. Councillor Morgan cannot substantiate her theory because the fact is, there's nothing strange about Han's prints being on any centimetre of that building. Not when she spent nearly 2 full days patrolling it. True, fingerprints wouldn't be enough. I'd need something more impactful. And I've got just the thing. What? Han was there that night. She was there before the police ever were, and she was there long before signers showed up at midnight. And I can prove it right now. Oh god, can you, Morgan? Because I can't. Uh-oh. How? Exactly. What? I'm going to prove how she got there before the police did. Oh, it's the alarm. Okay. Morgan hitting her with the killer says what strategy. It never fails. What the hell was that? Adonai, did you really have to do it again? What is happening right now? This is a simple whistle. Every time I press it, every ad in the courtroom picks up a rather nasty frequency, as does any phone with the proper receiver app installed. So, should the witness be excused so she can answer her phone, Your Honor? You brought that shit into the courtroom? Where exactly was this whistle found? At the scene of the crime, of course. Near where Creek's body lay. Police must have disregarded it as a keychain or a toy. I mean, it does look like the stupidest thing of all time. It's like a joke button. Didn't anyone ever teach them when you find a button, you should press it? That's the exact opposite of what you should do at a crime scene. Yesterday, Dr. Sato testified that Creek was alive for several minutes after being shot. If he pressed this whistle even once in that time, the witness's phone would have started getting alerts. As I've demonstrated to the court just now. Anything to say for yourself, Miss Han? Did someone install the app on your phone as a prank? Its reception has limited range. The lower wards is a tight-knit, high-density community. How far could you have been? Far. I wasn't in the area that night. It doesn't matter what range she was at, Your Honor. The defense claims that Han entered the building with some kind of spare key, letting the front door lock behind her to block Chopin and Rogers. But those two officers did enter after they shot the lock, at which point they didn't run into the witness. Creek was shot around 9:45 PM. Considering the time it would have taken Han to arrive and retrieve the spare key, she would have only been a few steps ahead of Chopin and Rogers. After coming so far with your brilliant spare key deduction, are you now just going to claim she simply ran away? No. At that point, she would have had to hide. Oh, this is where we have the one room that was locked, right? First floor vault. Only one unlocked, yes. I swear it's like the God button from Dragon Ball. Yes, that's real, I swear. What the hell is the God button? Is it a button you click and then it brings a God to your door? Since they didn't see her, logically we must conclude that she hid in one of the rooms on that floor. That is logical, but it is also entirely conjecture. Not this time. Detective London's testimony established the possibility. Remember what the good Detective London testified earlier? Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. Huh. Can you teach me how to speak brackets out loud later? Two police detectives have sworn that one vault on the first floor was found unlocked. You press it and it says, God, what do you want now? Ew. Goku gets given a button by God and can teleport them to one another. I mean, look. When you have a world that has, like, Goku in it who, like, saves the universe on, like, twice a week, I suppose it makes sense that God just gives him a button. He's like, yo, call me up if anything happens. Unlocked, perhaps by a spare master key? Oh. Ah! Is that some kind of big deal? Your Honour, what Councillor Morgan is proposing would put the witness behind Officer Chopin and Rogers as they proceed upstairs. Not a bad place to be. If you want to do some backstabbing. Oh, we've got the smug Morgan face out. It's almost over. We're closing in for the kill. You've got to be shitting me. That's some creative geometry you're employing, Councillor. Imagining the witness as somehow getting positioned behind Tariq Chopin, yet somehow remaining invisible to the eyes of Officer Rogers. Ugh, that's non-Euclidean crime scene recreation. Very novel. Her insult sounded really smart, so I'm inclined to agree. Oh, I thought I had something, but when I tried to put the cards on the table, how could Han have gotten behind Chopin on the 3rd floor? Was Rogers distracted at the window, maybe? Or... And Emma slaps the table. She's doing a lot of side prosecution, huh? Wrong question. I'm getting ahead of myself, trying to work backwards at this point. I shouldn't ask what Han could have done to get in a position where she was able to kill Chopin. I should ask first what Han would have done to serve her own interests. Your Honour, there's some testimony I'd like the court to hear once more. If you could access the stenography protocol. The what protocol? Was I supposed to be taking minutes for this meeting? I can recall any testimony you want to review, Adonai. If Han won't self-incriminate, the only testimony that could give me a clue as to her actions would be... Rogers. Recite Rogers' testimony from yesterday. Start from after they entered the building. What are you fishing for? We heard a loud slam. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay and he goes ahead. That's it. That's the sound Rogers heard from the alley, the one that made Chopin want to form a pincer. That must have been when Han... disposed of the knife, yes. Because she'd already moved the dumpster to get in. She didn't land on the dumpster, so it was disposed of the knife. Of course, that was the sound of her tossing the knife into the trash. Drum. Did she tie it to a set of cymbals first? Dropping a knife into it. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, never mind. Right, of course. Allow me to rephrase. Landed on the dumpster? I don't... Like, it can't be moved the dumpster. Because that would have happened before they arrived on scene. I guess landed on the dumpster? The sound officers heard was that of someone fleeing the scene. Out the window, down the fire escape. And onto the dumpster. It's a bit of a drop. Even a dainty suspect would make quite the racket using the dumpster lid to break their fall. Wait, I don't understand now. She jumped out the window onto the dumpster, and then she ran back into the building to hide in the office? I don't know. Your Honour, if we have to obtain this thread of conjecture, might we at least ask for some proof that it ends somewhere impactful? I hear ya. Councillor Morgan, take this one seriously. You're telling me that? What exactly are you accusing this witness of? Are you prepared to accuse Han of having murdered Tariq Chopin? Because there's only two people who could have killed Chopin, right? That's Han, and that's the other officer. Now, do we believe the other officer killed Chopin? I don't think so, because he wasn't aware of the alarm. Like, he wasn't really in dodgy stuff. So I don't see why he would have killed Tariq. Like, apparently none of the officers liked him, but I don't think they, like, disliked him enough to kill him. So then the only person left who could do it would be Han. But then the question is, why would Han even do this? They're both blue bloods. They're both young bloods. Oh, no. Sorry, I'm an idiot. No. She killed the police officer. Why would she kill the police officer? He was obviously in with the Blue Bloods because he had the alarm on his phone. Was it because they were being set up for this deal about like the memorial like reconstruction thing? I don't know. Fuck it. Let's just say she killed him. We're in. Obviously, I am. Counselor, you am joking? Well, absolutely no one's laughing. Okay, well, fuck. In other words, Sumari, at the time she left, Chopin was still alive. She's been uncooperative and has lied on this witness stand. Okay, so yeah. Like, fuck. I guess it has to be the police officer then. Yeah, I should have thought about that. Fuck. She literally jumped out the window. So how could she have killed him? But then, like, I don't understand the whole bit about her hiding in the room. Is the room on the second floor? Like, why is she hiding in the room if she jumps out? Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get the timeline for where she's hiding in the room. She's been uncooperative and has lied on this witness stand, but Miss Han didn't kill anyone. Woof, that was anticlimactic. I mean, perjury, who even cares? Perhaps that's an Ace Attorney reference. They commit perjury all the time. Perhaps now, Your Honour, the court can get back on track and bring this witness testimony to a close. And considering the fact that she may very well have perjured herself, I think it might be better use of the court's time if we cleared the room for the remainder of this witness's testimony. No objections, Your Honour. Okie dokie. Bailiffs, clear the gallery and remove the defendant to a holding room. They're forcing us out. What the hell? Hey, tag along, would you? With Sosuke? Can't let someone with a concussion fall asleep, right? I am certainly not still concussed at this point. See, he's delirious. Trust me. Very well, Adonai. Good luck. Place empties out faster than I thought. No gallery, no jury live fees, no bells and whistles. You just give your testimony to defense, the people, and moi. Then, when you're done, I get to watch them argue over whether I should add it to the record or not. So, you think I've got something contentious to say? Sorry, but it's just going to be more of the cold shoulder. What I think, and you can tell she means it because she's in her thinking phase, is that you're scared. The hell? Of what? Who? You? An audience. What? The pigs? You think I give a shit about any one of them thinks, says, does? Even if any one of them might leak... Oh, sorry. Even if any one of them might leak what you say back to the Old Guard? What's an Old Guard? The ruling faction among the Blue Bloods who use young bloods like this witness as their cannon fodder. Where'd you learn all that? You binge a late Dine special? Knowing Emma, she just learned all this from... Matter of fact, I did. I don't know what this joke's lost on me. I have no idea what a late Dine special is. Oh, is it meant to be like Dateline? Late Dine? Dateline? But I don't really know what Dateline is either. I just kind of like know the name. Old Guard knows where my loyalties lie. I'm no snitch. So now there's something to snitch on? I don't help state prosecutors, and I definitely don't help Ikarian lawyers. The court's already emptied out. We can sit here in silence if you like. 15 minutes of nothing, then you walk out. But when you do, someone's going to make assumptions about what went on in here. Telling me if I'm screwed if I do, screwed if I don't, and it's exactly got me feeling... Sosuke didn't kill Creek. Maybe you don't care if an Ikarian dog goes down for a crime he didn't commit, but how do you feel about the person who did put that hole in Creek's chest toasting to the news of the verdict. Screw this. 9:47 p.m, night of the murders. I got the alarm on my phone. Knew it was Creek because all the whistles have specific frequencies. You gotta set him into your device if you want to listen for him. Creek had nerves like ice, strong bluffer. Wouldn't press that button unless he absolutely had to. I ran. It's fastest way, on foot. Usually is in the lower wards. Bold words for a Creek murderer, exactly. I knew where the spare key was. Helped set up the whole damn place. Doors, keys, soundproofing. Stepped inside and had just got my phone light out when there were 2 idiot cops came up. Red and blues, but no siren. Trying to have some kind of movie shit. I thought they were going to shoot me. Then I heard Chopin ready to break the lock, and I knew they were going to shoot me. Used the spare key on the nearest vault, dipped inside, and prayed they would just head straight upstairs. Oh, okay, so she was on, like, the 2nd floor. Chopin ran up to the 3rd floor, but Miller was still on the 1st floor. Or the ground floor. Or whatever. Okay, so that's why she had to jump out. Okay, so she's hidden the room when Chopin ran past, but then she had to jump out the dumpster. No, I think don't they say they split up when they hear the noise? Because I'm just trying to work out, if they run past her, why wouldn't she just walk down the stairs and out the front door? Why would she jump out of onto the dumpster? Okay, maybe she's about to say it right now. Dipped inside and prayed they would just head upstairs. Lucky for me, they did. You followed after them? At a distance, but yeah, saw their boots on the stairs, their shoulders around corners. They split up on the 2nd floor, one went upstairs. He was quiet, except for that squeak on the 4th step. Creek used to joke that was a valuable security feature. They separated on the 2nd floor without any prompting. One was stomping around on the 2nd floor, so I was able to keep my distance. Always knew exactly where that one was. Then one shouted down. He shouted, saying that everyone was dead. That must have been Chopin, right just before Sosuke snuck up on him. I liked Creek. His boys were alright too. But I did not want to join them in the Red Hood's company. So I didn't risk sticking around a second longer. I opened that window on the 2nd floor and jumped for the ground. Okay, so they had already split. She had moved up to the 2nd floor, which Miller was on. I think it's not Miller. Whoever the fuck the police officer is, the other one. But because he was stomping around all the time, she knew where he was, so she felt confident being on the 2nd floor with him. But then, after the Chopin shouted down, "Hey, everyone's been fucking murdered," she's like, "I gotta get the fuck out of here." Didn't want to risk being caught seen on the stairs, so just jumped straight out the window. Okay. I was willing to hurt my knees, fall on my ass if I had to. But I ended up smacking the dumpster instead. Guy on the 2nd floor shouted after me, "They're in the alley." I heard windows slide open above me, footsteps on the fire escape. My knees had stopped shaking and the fog was with me. They never saw me. You're saying you never even set foot on the 3rd floor? Not until I came back hours later as the sinus rep. Nah. Where's the spare key now? Bottom of the bay at the moment. Hell of a throwing arm, as you can see. I ain't gonna help you go snorkel around for it, if that's what you're asking. Well then. The people thank you for your testimony. You've cleared up a number of oddities surrounding this case. Though none of the answers you've provided have changed the fundamental facts of what the defendant is accused of. Not quite. She was in and out, counsellor. Didn't even set foot upstairs. I know. Not until she came back to secure the scene, right? Out with it, counsellor. There's no need for theatrics without the jury or gallery here. I'm still here. I do appreciate the witness being so forthcoming about her first visit to the scene. Now I just need to hear her explain why she started covering up evidence when she returned. What are you talking about? Oh, this is when she started piling loads of random junk all over the floor, right? Scrap of paper was hidden by trash. That was it, right? Boom. Why go to such efforts to hide one small scrap of paper? What is that? More trash? Seriously? That's exactly what it is. Trash. Garbage. Some idiot knocked over a trash can on the second floor. It's a big building. This stuff happens. Still don't want to answer? That's okay. I will. You covered up that scrap of paper because it implicates you as an accomplice. Didn't see that one coming. But because it's nonsensical, Your Honor. Counselor, you just got done explaining how Han arrived after the pod was killed and left before Chopin died. Not an accomplice to murder. Just the mafia equivalent of leaking government secrets. Even though the papers were almost entirely illegible, it only took 4 characters for the P492 plan to blow up in court yesterday. Years of blue blood planning all down the drain because Creek was reading something he shouldn't have when he died. But if he shouldn't have had it in the first place, one has to wonder where might he have gotten it. All because of that one goddamn watermark. Identical to the one on your own business card. Cyanus Security? You leaked the red ink? Creek never asked nobody for nothing. Dumbass was a giver. Gave money, food, blood, more than any of us. Enough the weaker ones wouldn't have to get stuck. Guy like that came to a two-faced con-ar hostess like me and asked for help. That red ink is radioactive. Anyone caught with it, why would he ask you for it? Old Guard knew Creek was charismatic, brave, smart, everything they feared in a young blood. But they also knew Creek made them too much money for them to just off. So the Old Guard decided to wear them down instead. More jobs than any other crew, more responsibilities, less downtime, no sleep. Keep them too tired to have time to rebel, then wait for them to screw up, so you can make an example of them when they do. Managers would do the same thing when a host got too full of themselves. Started thinking they were the ones bringing in the money, they were the ones who should keep it. Just put them on to the grind. Grind them into dust. One old bastard had them trying to grab the Ikaria kid or whatever. At the same time, another expected them to do some kind of arms handoff to a big shot. At least, that was the rumour. Look, point is, Creek knew they had a target on their back already, so they wanted some kind of deterrent. They could have dropped that red ink into any inbox in the town like a tactical nuke if they had to. But maybe that's why they fired off their missiles first. You think the Old Guard killed Creek? I don't think it was that pretty boy Hound nursing those broken bones. Did he off the Chopin guy though? I mean, I'd kill a stuck-up spoiled prick like that for no motive, so... Did that answer your questions, Counsellor? Not the most burning one. When did this scrap of paper arrive on the second floor? Wasn't there when I ran out that window. It was dark and you panicked. How could you even notice? Paper's white. If you had seen it, would you have taken it? You kidding? Yeah, of course I would have taken it. Would have eaten the damn paper to make sure. Why didn't you simply eat the damn paper later when you did see it? Removing an item from an ARC-scanned building would set off any number of red flags. And the first thing that would happen is they would have wind the clock back to see what it was. That's what I did. Looked back to see how the hell I missed it, but the damn thing was in every pick the Arks had right from the beginning. Knocking over the trash to hide it was the best I could do. Lower ward survival tactics. Hide in numbers. If this scrap wasn't on the second floor when you left, but it was on the Arks from the start, that means Rhea's body cam saw it by the second floor windowsill, the one that connected to the fire escape. Your Honor, I believe we're done with this witness, even though all we've managed to do is establish that... Boom. That someone went from the third floor to the second floor without taking the stairwell. Someone circled around. You got all that from one paper? Am I stupid? Just because those papers originated on the third floor? If that scrap was found by the windowsill, someone could have taken the fire escape. Exactly. Could have. Someone could have. It's a hard word to put emphasis on. But obviously they didn't, because then they would have run right into Dr. Sato! Huh? Hmm? Huh? She has some evidence or DNA or whatever. Maybe even an updated autopsy report, if you even care. Where's the button? Ladies and gentlemen, it's not even just a reference. It's the iconic Ace Attorney reference I've been waiting for them to make this entire game. Perhaps your autopsy is out of date. You know what? Fuck it. In honor of the celebration. Where is it? Hold on, I'm getting on screen. Did Gumfuck not tell you? Salary cutting noises. Look at this fucking updated autopsy report. Boom. Yeah, Julie, you came just in time for the mother of all references, baby. Did Lundum not tell you? Lundum not tell you? That's you know what? That's a +2 for me. Lundum. You can't miss a minute. You can't miss a second of this incredible stream, Yuli. Hashtag not sponsored. Should we let her in? Your Honor, you're the one overseeing the trial, so I can cry if I want to. Open her up. And kick the flirt out. Hey, Miss Morgan. That Icarian dog didn't kill Creek's pod. No, he didn't. You're gonna find out who did. Not your job, huh? Guess I deserve that. Finding Creek's killer is technically not my job either, Anne. Just throwing that out there, don't ask me. But, if they're brought before me, I can't promise I won't hold anything back. Hold on, sorry, I just gotta... where's my... Here it is. There we go. Appreciate the sentiment. But I'm not gonna hold my breath. Especially because I'm the one who fucking killed them, so Lamau get owned. And I won't tell any of the other Youngbloods to hold theirs. Whew! Lots of news to break. I'll leave the interpretation of the good and the bad to you two. That's cool. Just imply I'm the ugly one. It's fine. Councillor Morgan's hypothesis stands. This knife matches Miller's entry wound. Hooray! Well, how about that? If only we knew who killed Creek. If only we could find out that information. And it matches the wound better than the katana, considering what we discussed yesterday. I'll be ready to say this is definitely the murder weapon used to stab Miller. But But I've had no more luck with the DNA testing than Sarah did. You weren't able to get anything? Nothing in the range of admissibility. However, like Sarah, I was also able to perform blood type analysis on the blade. And while I also found AB negative and B negative samples on it, I found one more blood type as well, A positive. Morgan in the hot dog costume were all trying to look for the guy who did this. Why does that sound vaguely familiar? I feel like fucking... Am I going crazy, or did someone already post... Like, did someone make that joke? In the Discord? I feel like I'm just scrolling back. I feel like someone made that joke. I'm going insane. Do 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 do. Anyway. 3 people cut with 1 knife. This can't be hygienic. Oh yeah, no. I mean, I know the original source. I mean, I think like someone made the edit of Morgan in the hot dog costume, saying we're all looking for the guy who did this. The stream will be 9 minutes longer, Silver. I would say stay strong, but also you could just catch the VOD. I'm not gonna hold you to having to stay if you want to go to bed. As long as you don't stick it in your mouth, you should be fine. A positive blood? Who was there that night that also had A positive blood? Your Honor, these findings bring a rather alarming fact to light. If Dr. Sato believes that Miller was most likely stabbed by this knife and not the katana, that means this knife was also the source of Miller's blood on Sosuke's bindings. So either my client killed 4 men while cycling between a gun, a sword, a bat, and now a knife with his wrists tied together, all before ever stopping to cut his bindings, or he was still in captivity when the Blue Bloods were killed. But wait, that almost sounds like... Boom. An alibi for 4 of the 5 murders. Scarlet Draw. It's our theme song. It's playing. Sosuke's so powerful. I would love for this trial for Morgan to keep proving more and more how ridiculously impossible it is for Sosuke to do it. But everyone just keeps accepting that Sosuke could do it because they all just think he's that cool. That is not an alibi, Your Honor. Sosuke is epic and cool and could do all that shit with his eyes closed. Merely an increasingly strong shadow of a doubt. The jury can decide for themselves. The facts surrounding Tariq Chopin's death still stand. Sosuke Ikaria was the only living individual in the room Chopin was killed in. Sosuke Ikaria is the only person with his fingerprints on the katana. Something he corroborated with his very own testimony just a short while ago. And the defense's theorized fleeing suspect has already been revealed as incapable of committing any of these crimes. Yes. But unfortunately for the people's case against my client, there is evidence that completely overturns our understanding of how Chopin died. Chopin must have been stabbed with the katana. Okay. A diddle-doo. 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 Chopin has A+ blood type. Does anyone else have A+ blood type in that entire group? Man, this song actually goes crazy hard. B-. You have A+, but you wouldn't have been there. You have AB-. So this is A-. Tanks is A-. Trey has O. Okay, so... Wait, fuck, I forgot. Hold on. I heard people... who's the person who has A+ blood? I can't even remember now. It was Tariq Chopin. Okay. So Tariq Chopin's blood is on this knife. Okay, yeah, so... whack that on. The knife that Dr. Sato just confirmed was used on Miller? Very likely to kill Miller, yes. But definitely used to kill Chopin. What? What are you going on about? Blood typing. Chopin is the only victim with A+ blood. Even my client Sosuke has AB- negative blood. Yet Dr. Sato just told us that A+ blood was found on this knife. That blood could have come from nowhere but the single fatal wound identified on his autopsy. Chopin's blood was all over that scene. The knife could have fallen into it at any point. Check. Oh, I haven't heard this part of the song before. Not at any point, no. This knife was removed from the crime scene and never seen by the Arcs. That means it had been moved into the alley before Top Detective Reyes arrived on the 3rd floor. But Chopin was impaled by the sword. We've all seen it. Yes, but not fatally. How could that stab wound not be fatal? Because he was already dead. Because it was post-mortem. Ugh. You're basing this on the blood? Usually closely follows a stabbing, yeah. It's the amount of blood, Your Honour. An impalement doesn't leave much blood at the scene because the weapon acts as a stopper. I assumed the amount of blood on the scene was because the result of the sword being jostled afterwards, because the wound would have been aggravated. But this knife turns that idea on its head. Yes, Chopin was stabbed in the heart, from behind, but it was most likely with this knife. He collapsed on the floor dead, and the knife was removed, and his corpse was impaled with the sword in the same wound, leaving a mark on the floor. The sword was only then moved around, increasing the wound's size and masking the initial knife's entry wound, while utterly soaking the floor in blood. It's a possibility. If I may, Your Honour, this may just be a possibility. This may just be a theory, a game theory, but it's the possibility that makes the most sense to me. It explains the irregularities, the victim's substantial blood loss, and the pattern of the wound, and the indentation on the floor. It might make more medical sense, Dr. Sato, but these are the sequence of events you described are not those of a rational human. But wanting to frame Sosuke for the murder seems pretty reasonable, and stabbing the corpse with his katana would be the best way to do that. They needed the katana to frame Sosuke, or they didn't need the katana to frame Sosuke? I mean, I guess they didn't need the katana. They could have just left the knife. Nope. No? Nope. I'm sure it occurred to them that the sword would point to Sosuke, but if their primary goal was framing him, all they'd have to do is put the knife in his hands. Hypothetically, I wouldn't know anything about that, but if I was the murderer, that's what I would do. That's true. Swapping out the murder weapon and disposing of the knife is 2 to 4 times as much work. That many more chances to make a mistake. It's nonsensical. Stabbing Chopin's corpse with a katana didn't help them frame Sosuke. So what did it achieve? It made a big mess some poor schmuck would have to clear up. Yes, that's... Oh, hold on. Light bulb. Chopin's blood nearly destroyed all the red ink dots at the scene. But who says that's a coincidence? What if Chopin was stabbed twice, just so his blood could cover up the red ink dots? This is insane. Makes sense to me. Why wouldn't you just burn them? Good thing we're not the murderer, so we definitely did not do that. True. Yeah, I hypotheticals are my forte, and walruses, of course. No, not your logic for the stabbing. This idea of yours that Tariq Chopin was part of some conspiracy to defraud the city. Agreed, that is insane. I believe just the opposite. You what? Tariq Chopin was an unpopular, straight-laced political aspirant working as a cop only to improve his electability. His personality, his family, his goals, he'd have every reason to blow the whistle on Prop 492. And just get the whole project cancelled? Leaving the lower wards in an underdeveloped lurch. A lot of people would hate to see that happen. A lot of blue bloods. But the son of a two-city councilman wouldn't care. And an Ikaria like my client would be actively rooting for it. You think Chopin was murdered just to cover up the fact that Prop 492 had been corrupted? Okay, well. You know what? That's a good place to leave it. That's a good place to leave it. We will come back to this. Probably not Saturday. It might be next Monday. This Saturday, I want to play... I think Mugenics comes out. I really want to play Mugenics. On stream. So I think that'll be a fun stream. So, Saturday, come by for Mugenics. Thank you for watching, everyone. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you have a good rest of your week. And I will see you again on Saturday. On Sunday... I have a game lined up. I think I gotta work. I gotta do a bit of internal planning, but I think I got something set up that should be fun. Sleeping Dogs delayed again. Look, we've done like back-to-back requested games. Okay, we did a lot of wheel games. We've done requested games. It's time for me to choose some games. All right, it's my stream. I choose the game. At least a couple times. Thank you. Do you think the next Of the Devil will be the last stream of it? I have no idea. People tell me this episode, chapter 2, is about the same length as chapter 1. So I guess... What stream is this of chapter 2? I feel like maybe 1 or 2 more streams. I could see it ending next stream. We'll say it that way. But I really don't know. Anyway, thank you for sticking around. I'm going to bed. And farewell. Farewell. I'll see you on Saturday. Or Monday if you can't make Saturday stream. Well, or Sunday. Or Monday. Depending which stream you can make. Anyway, see you then. Bye-bye.